Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Electoral Area Services Committee for Monday, March 11th, 2024. The first order of business is usually to greet the general public and thank you all for coming, and to let you know that there are washrooms available just down the hall and to your right at the back here. Also, we have emergency exits on the left and the right, and of course in the front door where you came in. Should there be an emergency, the muster point is on the parking lot in front of the meeting hall right here. So that brings us to the recognition of traditional territories. And as such, we are privileged today to be doing our business on the official unceded territories of the Comox First Nation peoples. Okay, we have some delegations today, and some may wonder why we are pushing the limit of 3 delegations. But we have 3 delegations basically all on the same topic. But we also have a 4th delegation that we decided to make an exception and allow, which is the Fanny Bay Hall for 18 Ships Point Road. They will be making a presentation on behalf of the Old Age Pensioners number 127 Club down in Fanny Bay. So we will start off with our first delegation today, which is Ian Langman. He's presenting information regarding the proposed TELUS cell tower on Condensary Road. If you'd like to get up to the podium there. And press the little button.
Yeah, I'm not yet, obviously.
Oh, it's a little loud.
Yeah, sorry.
There you go. You're not the Ian we expected. Is that what you're trying to say?
So I'm sorry that Ian is not able to be here this morning, and he has asked that I read his presentation to you for him, and I've just received it, so I haven't even read it previously, but so bear with me. Thank you for this opportunity to voice my concern over the proposed tower in my community. Unfortunately, I was away for the first tower proposal, but was shocked when I found that this new proposal is to be closer to our homes than before. Mine is now the closest home to the tower, so I have many questions and concerns about this tower. I'm here to draw your attention to voids in the information and some misinformation that have been provided to us in trying to get at the true intentions for and ramifications of this tower. I believe this tower only benefits TELUS as a corporation and not the community. TELUS reports that it is willing to share towers, that they have looked at other viable locations and are fully aware of the tower's effect on our community via its extensive research. All of these statements are drawn into question by their actions. TELUS says that poor service means emergency calls can't be made. And he quotes from TELUS, potentially a substantial public safety issue, given that greater than 80% of calls to emergency responders, such as 911, are now placed via wireless devices. TELUS's service in this area is quoted by Brian Gregg as being severely lacking. Yet, if one looks at TELUS's advertised coverage maps, they say they have service throughout this area. If public safety was such a concern, why not mention it to potential clients, or better yet, share a tower to provide this emergency service so apparently lacking? There is technology available to customers other than this tower to improve their clients' reception. Why isn't TELUS introducing this? So what are we to believe? Which brings me to TELUS stating their willingness to share towers. In their first proposal, Brian said TELUS would like to share towers like this. Presently, the Dove Creek community is serviced very adequately by the Rogers Tower near Mount Washington. Why is TELUS unwilling then to pay Rogers to use that tower? All one needs to do is to look at the TELUS tower proposal in Seal Bay, where they want to build their own tower a mere 500 meters away from an existing Rogers tower. Again, which statement is the truth? Are they willing to share towers or not? In my email correspondence with Brian Gregg, I many times received misleading or contradictory information. Now, I realize he is a busy man and, like all of us, apt to make mistakes, but there were far too many errors, especially considering the fact that this proposal apparently took 2 years to perform this extensive study. The requested information came to me either piecemeal, contradictory, or outright wrong, which makes me question everything about this proposal. My home is presently the closest residence to this tower. When I question why this new tower location has moved closer to all the homes located near it, my concern was dismissed as, we also believe it is over 300 meters greater from the closest house. And received an aerial photo showing my neighbors as being 350 meters away. The photo showed my home, but ignored its location in this calculation. When I pointed this error out, Brian Gregg apologized that he had created that photo for my neighbor and created another, confirming my measurement as a mere 238 meters. I would think that this extensive study would have had that information readily available on page 1, if the community was truly important to them. Had this been the only error, I may have dismissed it, but there were to be many more. The most blaring was when I questioned TELUS's methodology to choosing this site and was told that through extensive research that this location was the best. I asked about the other locations mentioned by others at the first proposal meeting, and the CVRD's request to review the Comox Valley Exhibition Grounds as a location. Brian told me TELUS's radio frequency engineering team was not able to qualify that location. When I challenged him that maybe they should, he quickly switched with realization or apology, replied, we can confirm that this location was reviewed and disqualified by TELUS's radio frequency engineering team. This conversation took place in the span of less than 2 hours. Are we to believe that TELUS's team of engineers were able to perform this intense study in less than 2 hours? It seems TELUS is willing to say anything as fact just to get this proposal passed. So again, which statement is true? The Dove Creek community, and more importantly, the CVRD, rejected the first tower proposal for several reasons I understand. One being that it stood only 200 meters from chicken barns. I applaud that decision. Now TELUS tells us they've listened and moved it further from Condensory Road and the chicken barn. The tower sits 400 meters away from this chicken barn, but is now 200 meters from my house and where we have kept bees, and 238 meters from the house my family lives in. Again, I laud the CVRD and the rejection of the last proposal, but find it disturbing that we are again looking into a proposal that would not meet many of the Policy 89 guidelines directed exactly at this sort of proposal. If TELUS wants to move a tower, they should reapply and in doing so meet these requirements. I believe this is an attempt at an end run. I hope council will see this for what it is, a blatant circumventing of all the guidelines and directives created by this council, its multiple boards, and the community itself, all with good intent and expectation. This proposal is an insult to all this work. TELUS promises that they have looked at other locations, but I find it hard to believe this single plot smack dab in the middle of an ALR field and in the middle of our community is the only location suitable for this tower. Brian told me we do not see any other superior siting options as the neighboring lots are all quite similar in our search area. TELUS does not currently have land rights in another location. This proves that there is in fact little to no community desire to have this tower in this area. Brian Gregg says TELUS keeps their tower location possibilities secret for competitive reasons, so we can never in fact know that they have really looked at other locations. We are trusting the industry far too much on this point. Which brings me to my last email with Brian Gregg. I asked if a flashing red light that would be required to be mounted on the tower. He had no answer. This detailed study apparently hadn't even looked into Transport Canada's aviation navigation requirements. Unsurprisingly, the answer took over a month to come. He stated, no marking or lighting required on the tower as proposed, which is little comfort when you know that TELUS can increase the height of the tower by 25% if needed. I am convinced it will, especially since we are under not only an aviation flight path, but a bird migratory route as well. This flashing red light would be shining into my home and every single property nearby, every single night, all year round.
Hate
This
to
light-
interrupt,
Sorry.
but I neglected to mention is a 10-minute presentation.
Okay.
I think, so you have a couple of minutes left if you
Okay.
can wrap it up.
Yep, okay. So in summary, I'm left with more questions than TELUS has answers for. As time and time again, we've been misled. I'm very concerned, as you should be. I still believe that there's little need for this tower, and if there is, that there is a far better location for it. It is not fair request. Is it not a fair request for the CVRD board to obtain the stats so as to who is benefiting from this tower? Can TELUS provide a community petition in support like we have against? Will TELUS warrant all the claims made to us and remove the tower if wrong? Is the board ready to support us in a lawsuit when contradictory information comes to light in the future? Is the board ready to open the door to a liability lawsuit like the one presently before the courts if it approves this proposal so fraught with errors, omissions, and inconsistencies? I'm sorry, but I find everything about this tower proposal to be unbelievable. So that is so is my time up? Because
No, you have at least 20 seconds left. Well done, but we do need your name for the record. I
Yes.
didn't catch it.
sorry, I should have introduced myself. My name is Andrea Birch, Burch. And because I have 20 more seconds, I was going to tack on to the end. Ian and I were going to share this presentation. So now I won't be able to present mine, unfortunately, but I am representing Windover Farm, which shares a fence line with the proposed tower. And although I was addressing different things than Ian was, I just want to emphasize that I think it's very important that the CVRD and the board and staff think very carefully about long-term land use decisions that they're making in our community. It'll have future and lasting impact on ALR land and what we're doing as farms in the area for the future. And I think I can speak for most of Dove Creek and also actually Comox Valley residents that we highly value good land use decisions that have been made in this region for decades and hope they can continue.
We do have time for questions. So are you open for questions? Looking to the directors, any questions, Andrea? Seeing none, I thank you very much for your presentation. And now we're going to receive number 2, which is Hillary Jones. Thank you very much. We would recommend, though, that we refrain from any outbursts, including clapping, cheering, or booing, or whatever, in respect for some of the people that have to present. Speaking to the presentation? A procedural? Okay, thank you. Director Roddick?
Yeah, Chair, I noticed some people in the audience thought that audience member could ask questions, but I think it's good to confirm that there's no questions from the audience to delegations. It's only the directors.
Yes, there's no questions. It's just the directors get to ask. This is not a public hearing. It's an actual meeting of the committee. And now, as I say, we have Mark Grattan. Is that right?
That is correct.
So, and he's going to be presenting as well. Mark, thank you.
Sorry, I'm on the. Does Hillary still have a delegation? Pardon me? You're number 2?
Okay, we can move that. Thank you. So, even better than Mark, we have Hillary Jones, member of the Vancouver Island Safe Tech Alliance. And she's here to also present.
Okay, so just give me one sec here. Where's the clicker? Okay, yeah, perfect, thank you. Okay, perfect. So, okay, great. So I'm going to talk for 5 minutes and then Marcus is going to come up and talk for 5 minutes. So my name is Hillary Jones. I'm a resident of the Comox Valley and I became incapacitated because of wireless when I was living in the city. I grew up on the island here and just I became very sensitive after being exposed for over 20 years. So I moved here because there's not too many towers. I'm kind of a little concerned about the proposed towers that are coming. So Vancouver Island Safe Tech, we believe in safe technology and educating people. We're also here to educate and advocate for those that don't have a voice, including wildlife and those that are sensitive like myself and children and other people that aren't aware of the potential risks. So there's other things that we've learned from, and DDT is a great example. So what we're trying to say here is let's take the precautionary approach and learn and have a look at the science. So I was here about a year ago presenting, so some of this information you've heard before, so I won't spend too much time on it. But basically, I want to stress that land use authorities do have a say and they have a responsibility. Municipalities have a fiduciary responsibility to represent their public constituents, not telecom. Local governments are ultimately responsible for all of their citizens. Unfortunately, many people are completely unaware that Health Canada's outdated Safety Code 6 is a guideline, not a regulation, and it's been critiqued severely by EMF experts, including medical and science societies from all corners of the world as non-protective. So there has been a demand that's been claimed, but we haven't seen it being substantiated. It's all based on computer modeling. There was no boots on the ground asking residents if they want this. There is Rogers service in the Dove Creek area. This is a quick map showing all of the different the existing cell towers, and also there's some antennas in the yellow there. But it looks like we have some pretty good coverage, in my opinion. These are hard to see here, but there are little red dots there that also show the towers more panned out. Here's one that's a little bit closer. So again, there's a few towers that are already here. So there is no long proof safety showing that 5G is safe, and there is proof showing that it's harmful to pollinators. So I'm just going to skip through Health Canada Safety Code 6 stuff. It's all here. I did send an appendix of information to all the directors beforehand. Hopefully you had a chance to look at it. Basically, it's based on 6 minutes of exposure. We're not sure how that equals to 24/7, but here it is in the table. It's 6 minutes. Here's another table that was shown the last time we presented for Eleanor Road. But basically, we asked Health Canada what studies did they use to determine the safety of it, and they weren't able to provide that. So they do acknowledge that there's two potential adverse effects: heating, pain sensation, and thermal tissue damage. There's lots of evidence of harm here, so I'm just going to kind of skip through here. I don't have a lot of time. And how is Canada doing compared to the rest of the world? Well, in my opinion, not so great when you have a look at that map. So I've given a handout to the directors today, and this is one of the handouts that's in that package if you wanted to have a closer look, as is this one. I said makes billions from industry. The industry is supposed to be monitoring. And here's some evidence of harm, showing harm to wildlife and bees. And there's just a ton of it. So I'm just going to kind of scroll through here. There's case reports showing harm to humans after 5G is installed. And it just goes on and on. Children are more susceptible. That's an image of how far radiation penetrates their brain. And here's a list of symptoms that they may experience and others. Cell phone radiation is very harmful to animals. There's a bunch of science. So there's a whole whack of it. It's indisputable in my opinion. There's legal risks. So we tried to find out if the CVRD or TELUS has insurance coverage without exclusions, which is the industry standard. We have yet to receive that. This table here is also in the package that I gave to you. So there's a huge liability risk. And again, I'm just going to kind of scroll through here pretty fast, but we just want to know who's going to be liable. Has the landlord that's going to be leasing the land been informed? Has the CVRD been informed of these exclusions? There's teachers that are refusing to work because of cell phone radiation concerns. The International Association of Firefighters does not want any cell phones. The RCMP have said any cell phone, even if it's deactivated, will call 911 when charged. There's a class action Canadian lawsuit happening right now against Apple and Samsung that you may not be aware of. There's Salt Spring Island's got a lawsuit. There's all these lawsuits that are happening all over the world, including Canada and the US. So what we're here to say is we really want to empower council to say no today and to not grant a letter of concurrence. In the Cowichan Valley, they recently turned down 5G antennas.
And you've got another speaker, you said.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah. So Marcus, if you want to come up here. So basically, they just said they were backing up their people, and we're hoping that you do the same for us. So there's safer alternatives to this. And I'd like to introduce Marcus Schlugen, who's a certified radiation consultant. He was trained by GeoVital, and he'll take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome, Marcus.
Hi, everyone. I'm the person that, there's very few of us here in Canada, but this is a growing number of people becoming consultants. The academy, what we do is we go to people's homes. We measure the radiation levels, even in businesses, because it affects the human body. I sent you an email to the directors of the EMF Medical Conference 2021, which I attended. It was a 4-day conference. It was an international event. In this event, they recommended to the physicians this meter here and this meter. This one is a little bit less expensive than this one. I myself use professional models, which costs about several times of this. But anyways, these are superb meters. And if you're flying blind in today's world, if you do not have a meter, so let me press on. Which one is it? This one. Okay. See, the Bio Initiative 2012, there were 1,800 studies. They proved biological effects, and it was done by 29 medical professionals and scientists. And of course, they were immediately attacked by industry. This is here, the birds and the bees. I speak German. I translate medical literature for radiation problems. See all the people here. If I could bring all the scientists and of medicine and the researchers and the experts here, the parking lot here would be full of buses. So here's something that happens to you when you use the cell phone that the industry will never tell you when you're using your phone. This is a healthy blood. This is what happens when the cell phone is carried in a backpack. This is called rouleau formation. Then there is no oxygen. The body becomes oxygen deprived, which is a nasty thing. This is also a problem. This is very much like doctors see under cancer, in cancer patients. Okay, so I would like to, 1 minute, okay. It is vital that you educate yourself. You received a lot of information. This cannot go on. The cell tower in Gold River has absolutely massive radiation levels directly below the towers. It is insane. It is fitted with 5G. I was at the meeting there. Mr. Gregg told me he knew nothing about 5G, even though he was responsible for the first 5G in Vancouver. So keep this into consideration. Unfortunately, this is far too short to say much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very
So just in
much.
closing with our last 20 seconds here or so, we just want to bring your attention to the slide again as well, because we do believe if this technology is implemented without safety standards, then litigation litigation will eventually be the result. So we're really asking you today, area directors and chair, to please protect our pollinators, our food production, our people, our environment, and not grant a letter or statement of concurrence for this proposed tower at 3505 Deb Creek. Thank you.
Thank you. And are you open for some questions
I
from the
absolutely am.
directors?
Yeah.
Any questions, directors? Thank you very much. No questions.
And I also have some petitions too that I can hand in here for opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now the moment we've all been waiting for. Mark's turn again. Sorry about that, Mark. Now I got a chance to present.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark Grattan, and I am representing Robin Ridge Farm. Sorry, very good. Page. Andrea. Great. Very good. Okay, so Robin Ridge Farm is owned by both myself and Beata Witalik, who is soon to be my wife. Very happy time. We have owned this property since March of 2022, so we have only been there 2 years. So Robin Ridge Farm is the home of many people. Actually, we are a multi-generational home, and we have the support of everybody who's living there to be in opposition to this tower. So Robin Ridge Farm is a stunningly beautiful premium property in the Comox Valley. We are a business in development. We are developing as a food producing farm. Sorry, very good. Okay, so we are exactly the sort of organization that the CVRD and the Agricultural Land Commission should be supporting. So as a farm, we are a business, and finances play a big part of what we do. So we are willing to work hard and do everything we can to be a financial success. Many of the things that we are doing currently is we produce hay, we have rental property, rental house, we board horses, we're this market garden in development, and we're willing to do anything to be a financial success. So this proposal that we're looking at, TELUS is trying to accommodate two different problems, or they're trying to solve two problems with one tower. First problem is their overcapacity on the tower on Mission Hill. And the other problem is they're at the same time trying to further the development of their coverage area. So they're trying to be efficient with their funds, trying to kill two birds with one stone. It needs to be emphasized that what they're trying to add as far as coverage is mobile broadband, so broadband data on cellular network. Go back one page. So here's a better picture of what it is that at Robin Ridge Farm, which is the red perimeter, what we're looking at, and you can see the proposed tower location basically directly on top of our home there. You'll have to excuse the fact that I've got my cardinal points wrong. The sun sets in the west, but due west from our home is where this tower is going to be, and it's going to block out the sunsets. Can you page? So a couple other pictures. This is our backyard with a spectacular view of what should be mountains, but in this case, it's going to be a cell phone tower. Okay. We are very much community focused. We like to have social events in our place. This is a photograph from last year's Canada Day party, which has been altered to indicate what it's going to look like if the tower gets built there. It is completely unacceptable. So we have either $1 million view or a spectacular view of a health hazard. another view, panoramics, that this tower in the proposed location will be visible from throughout the Dove Creek area. So I'm saying this is a reckless and irresponsible proposal following the rejection, sorry. Anyway, let's just go to the next page. Anyway, the proposal is detrimental. The proposal would result in significant harm or damage to local residents. Damages will include economic loss, environmental degradation, and unacceptable health risks. The proposal exhibits a lack of consideration for potential consequences and risks and a disregard for safety and well-being of local residents. The proposal is irresponsible. I'm just going to go through. Let's go to the next page. This is Brian Gregg, who has proposed or developed this proposal. Brian Gregg says that this is a result of requests for service. I'd like to know who is still requesting service. The Dove Creek area is absolutely awash with internet access and functioning services. This is a solution for TELUS and TELUS only, not a solution for the Dove Creek area. People who still think that we have a lack of service don't understand the larger picture. We don't lack service. TELUS is lacking service. Okay, so who stands, go back one, who stands to gain from this proposal? It's strictly Brian Gregg as the paid consultant and TELUS. Okay, next one. So throughout this process, there has been a disregarding and trivialization of serious issues, primarily the damaging effects to property values and the risks of damage to human health. Home and health are the primary concerns of individuals. This is a fundamental principle in tort law. That's important. Duty of care is a foundational aspect of a healthy society. Lack of transparency and good faith. So we were never informed by SitePath Consulting about this new proposed location, and we only found out about it from the efforts of our neighbors who were informing us. Our home is approximately 300 meters from this proposed tower, and yet we never found out about it from the consultant whose job it was to make sure that we knew about it. It's been a biased process. Next page. The process is flawed and has a built-in conflict of interest. Okay, we'll go to the next page. I've got lots to go through and very little time. So objective one here is that my objective is to protect Robin Ridge Farm, to protect myself and everyone who lives at Robin Ridge Farm. Okay, we'll go to the next page. Objective two would be the protection of the CVRD committee. That's not my objective. That's the CVRD's job, okay? So we've got an absolute attack on the natural beauty of Dove Creek. Dove Creek is enjoyed by the broader CVRD community, and their interests need to be protected. Objective three is the protection of wildlife. Again, that's not my job. That's the job of the local land use authorities. And what we have here is an absolute attack on wildlife. That's the next slide. Okay, and next slide. There's also objective four is the protection of agricultural land. Again, that's not my job. That's the ALC's job. Another authority or land use authority. So next slide. What is being proposed is an absolute egregious financial assault on Robin Ridge Farm. Robin Ridge Farm costs my wife and I $3 million to purchase this spectacular property. You can imagine by the pictures that you've seen, the impact that this tower is going to have on that financial, the property value. Next slide. So it's estimated the direct financial impact on Robin Ridge Farm is a loss of $1 million in property value degradation. This doesn't include degradation to the ability for us to make money running our business. Next slide. This is actually going to skip through the next 4 slides because this is a letter from a real estate appraiser, basically confirming, of course, cell phone tower is going to negatively impact your business. So we can skip through a couple others really fast. Predictive negative impact on revenue. Skip again, skip again. This fees we've spoken about. Here's an interesting one. One of the business opportunities we have is to be a wedding venue. But of course, the Agricultural Land Commission has rules about this. I'm willing to follow rules. Is TELUS and SitePath willing to follow the rules? Next one. Legal action. This is the key. It is our intention to file suit against SitePath. The owners of Robin Ridge Farm will seek $1 million in compensation for the clear and direct financial harms resulting from the imposition of the degradation of property value, as well as additional compensation for losses of income generating potential. A lawsuit will be filed against SitePath Consulting, as well as any individual or entity, including members of the CVRD Council who develop and support this proposal. Tort law is in my favor in this case. Negligence. The owners of Robin Ridge Farm claim that SitePath Consulting have been negligent in their actions, decisions that led to the proposal that will lead to degradation of property value and loss of income generating potential. Further down, should the CVRD agree to this proposal, we will also claim that CVRD is negligent in their actions.
Are you getting near the end?
I'm getting.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there's actually much more. I recognize that I have too much content to fit in the 10 minutes. The presentation is available. I actually have a lot of information on the fact that we've got existing options that aren't being considered, and the fact that TELUS is trying to accommodate 2 separate solutions in one site. That one site is not the best location for either. There are acceptable tools used by radio telecommunications engineers to deal with density in their networks. They're not doing that properly. They're not expanding their network properly either. They're just trying to do everything in one place. I apologize for having too much content for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mark. Well put together. Very professional presentation. We have Director Arbor with a question.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm going to reserve most of my comments for when we get to the item on the agenda. But I do want to acknowledge the time that was spent by the 3 delegates to prepare the presentation, and obviously well thought through, well prepared. It's actually the first time I get threatened to be sued prior to a decision, so that was a novelty item today. But I do have a question about, there was reference to new technology that have come to the Dove Creek area. So what is the status around the fiber install in that whole area? Has that actually occurred, or?
It's functioning. I'm actually a subscriber. The fiber, the line to individual houses is actually, it's a spectacular solution. We have in Dove Creek internet access. As far as the essential services, completely covered. What TELUS is trying to do is broadband cellular. So that's videos on your phone. That requires 5G. What they have yet to been able to accomplish is telephone calls and text messages. If you come with your TELUS phone to the Dove Creek area, you can't make a phone call. That's 2nd generation, that's 2G, right? Text messaging, that's 2G. We don't need 5G. What you can accomplish with a 5G network, you could run a bank, you could run a trading house. You don't need 5G, you need 2G, and 2G doesn't need the same density of antennas and density of bandwidth. Even text messaging is 2G. If you want to send pictures, that's maybe 3G. There is nothing that the community can't do with 4G. We don't need mobile phones connecting to 5G. There's nothing that we could even dream of doing on our cell phones with 5G that can't be done with 4G.
Thanks for that additional thoughts.
See no further questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. And we'll move on to the Fanny Bay Hall. It's the old age pensioners number 127 concerning the purchase of a hall for their club or their association. You can pull your little microphone down. He's very tall, so.
Okay.
And just state your name if you could.
Okay, good morning, CBRD directors and staff. I am Joan Johnson, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Fanny Bay Seniors Society, also known as the OAP 127. I've been president of the society since 2007 and on the board since 1996, when I first moved to Fanny Bay. Thank you for providing us the opportunity to speak about this urgent issue that could affect community services in Area A of the Comox Regional District for years to come. Fanny Bay is presently dealing with a looming crisis. Our beloved Fanny Bay Old Age Pensioners Hall and property has been put up for sale by the Anglican Church Diocese of BC. We received notice November 29, 23, that the diocese would be selling the property and our long-term lease had ended. This came as quite a shock, as you can imagine. Let me tell you a little bit of history about the property and how the hall came to be present upon it. In the 1950s, the Little family, a local pioneer family, donated a piece of their land to the community. Mrs. Catherine Little said that she'd like to have a church located on the site, so the community got together to provide a multi-purpose hall that would be also used as a church. A local logger donated some old logging camp buildings. The Sawchuk family, along with a lot of volunteers, moved the building to the current site. This building has been used to this day as our meeting place, the OAP Hall in Fanny Bay. All planning, transportation, labor, materials were provided by members of the community, not the Anglican Church. The first church service was held in 1957. By 1976, with services being conducted only intermittently, the church allowed the OAP to make use of the facilities for use for their meetings and functions. Up until then, the OAP had been meeting in the upstairs room of the Fanny Bay Community Hall. This was cramped and very difficult area to access for many members who could not easily manage the stairs. Since we moved into the OAP Hall in 1976, the Fanny Bay seniors have paid absolutely all costs for maintaining the hall, the grounds, and provided all labor to do so. This includes installing a septic system, maintaining a well, adding on to the building, and any repairs. The OAP pays the church $6,000 a year rent, even though the land and buildings were all donated by local families and businesses to the community. The OAP has paid the lease and maintained the property for almost 50 years. Now the Anglican Church has chosen to sell to the highest bidder instead of donating it back to the community. We have discovered that the church's name is on the title, so they are legally the owners. I'm here today to ask the Comox Regional District to purchase this property on behalf of the community and lease it back to the Fanny Bay Senior Society. Here are the reasons why. If the property is sold into private lands, there are hundreds of people in Fanny Bay and the surrounding area who will be directly affected by the loss of the facility. The only other public space available is the Fanny Bay Community Association building, which is a poor fit for the groups that we accommodate. This puts the future of the Fanny Bay seniors and the groups that use our facilities in jeopardy of not having anywhere to meet. A forward-thinking community provides facilities to meet the needs of a wide variety of people and groups. The Fanny Bay Seniors and Hall offer essential services in our rural community. We provide a venue for socializing, education, meetings, the arts, and culture. We are committed to keeping seniors involved, active, and healthy, something that is essential to keep seniors out of our care homes. We've been here in times of crisis, such as providing delivered free hot meals to seniors at Thanksgiving, Christmas, and Easter during the COVID lockdown years. We also offer substantial donations and bursaries to worthy causes to our fundraising efforts. The OAP Hall caters to a unique local audience, very different from the Fanny Bay Community Hall situated across the highway from us. Our renters can afford to utilize the smaller space that we offer. The OAP Hall fills an important niche. It is used as a meeting place for groups of fewer than 10 and up to 70. It's primarily used by the seniors who, by the way, are the Fanny Bay's largest demographic. It is also used by long-term renters, including local artists, a vibrant quilters group, a productive garden club, Lions Club International, local firefighters for training, musicians, and crafters. These groups would be in jeopardy of having nowhere but nearby to meet if the property goes private. Fanny Bay seniors would have nowhere to meet, and so our regular potluck dinners, afternoon get-togethers, meetings, and special events would all have to be canceled. Other functions for our hall, including small wedding receptions, memorial services, dance recitals, and our annual Fanny Bay Gigantic Garage Sale. This two-day event brings people from all over Vancouver Island in search for treasures and bargains, and it's great fun for people of all ages. This is our annual fundraiser, and our bake sale and concession always sell out. These are just a few of the examples how the hall and property have benefited at Area A in the past. Now I'd like to talk about the future. Our board and members have discussed numerous ways the property could be used by the region in years to come, and I'm sure the CVRD can think of more as well. One idea includes the building of multi-purpose facility to house local seniors who would like to stay in the community, but for health reasons can't manage a house anymore. The main floor of the building could include meeting spaces, an event kitchen, a community gathering place. The building would be wheelchair accessible with access to small nursing station. This suggestion might be a bit far-fetched, but the point is there are so many ways this property could be used by the regional district. It is close to the highway, bus stop, community center, walking trails, and the land is level and would be accessible to the public. Who knows what the future will hold, but one thing we do know, that if we don't find a way soon to keep the property in our community, all future opportunities are lost. The Fanny Bay seniors are not able to purchase this property, but feel it would be a great asset to the CVRD if it could be kept in the possession of the community. Fanny Bay is at the southern end of the district, and we haven't asked for much in the past. Therefore, we are asking today that the CVRD purchase the lot at 418 Ships Point Road and lease it back to the society so that this valuable resource stays in the community. This property is currently listed at $589,900. Last week, we launched a GoFundMe campaign to show you that the people of Fanny Bay feel strongly about how important our little hall is to the community. As of this morning, we have raised almost $26,000. If the CVRD purchase the property, we will contribute whatever money we raise to help pay for it. Time is of the essence because the property is for sale now. Please help us save our precious little hall and keep it a part of the community forever. Thank you very much for your time this morning. And now I'll be happy to answer any questions, I hope.
Thank you very much, Joan. And we do have questions, Director Harper.
Great.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for the presentation. And it's been good to meet with the board a couple times over the last months. I know it's taken people by surprise in Fanny Bay that that sale was contemplated. And as you said, now it's finally real. So
I know.
I think you're aware, I'm in principle very supportive of trying to secure property. We often talk about, there's many reasons for that. We often talk about a third space and public space. There's the private home, there's where you work, but there's also those places. And in Fanny Bay, the southern end, there's a hall, there's a park, but there's not much else.
That's it.
And when you have to drive 25, 30 minutes into town to access services, I know that the OAP has been providing such a great third space for so many people. And I agree with you that the potential long-term is also really good for other uses. And so I did have a quick touch base with our CAO last week, and I think I explained to your group that it's not necessarily the easiest path for the CVRD. We work by services. So anything that we do has to be tied to a service, so. We do have, you know, you've been part of the community hall services. I think you've been receiving some operation funds, but we would need to look at potentially amending, and maybe that's a question for a CEO that I would have is realizing other places for sale. If we were to look at a process to amend our community hall service to allow for the purchase of properties, which it doesn't allow right now, could staff explain how long a process like that might take or what other considerations might be given? I'd also note I would need board support, not just this table, but probably the broader board. So there's a bit of a path ahead, but if our CEO can comment on what a pathway to considering a purchase like that could look like, that'd be appreciated.
Thanks, Director. So you're right, there is a process we would have to follow, and a couple of steps we'd want to look at would be the financial viability of such an action and whether it is affordable from the sense of pursuing the purchase of such land. The authority to actually buy the land, we would have to make sure that we have that authority through our service bylaw. And then just determining the availability of the land, actually pursuing that property with the seller. To amend the bylaw to give us the authority to purchase the land, it could be upwards of a couple of months because it's not just this board that makes that decision. We also have to go to the inspector of municipalities, the provincial government, and that can sometimes, they give us an 8 to 12 week time frame, often in amending bylaws. So they do take some time. We'd want to make sure we understand all those different components before proceeding.
Thanks for that. And I guess we'd also need to amend our budget and go through some kind of requisition adjustment and all that stuff. So
that would be all part of that financial viability to understand what
Yes.
those components would be and what sort of timing limitations we might be under.
that's great. Thanks. For me, it's, yeah, as you described really well, it's 1 acre that's really well located. It's the price is reasonable, I think, especially from a public service perspective for what it offers the community. So anyways, you have a champion here, but we have to, I would probably need to direct staff to do that fuller analysis. And can you remind us the zoning? I think you had mentioned it's zoned for
Public assembly.
it's zoned for
I
public
think it's,
assembly.
what is it called? A1 or something? Public assembly.
Okay,
That's it.
yeah.
It would have to be rezoned to be any more than one house put on it.
And
And it would have to be demolished in order to put that house on it. We'd have to take down the hall,
that's it. And as I
or
recall,
somebody would.
and as I recall, what you explained before is most of the assessment, the building is not worth that much. Most of the assessment is based on the underlying land.
According to the property assessment, the 2024 property, or 2024, I believe, property assessment, the building value was 40,500. That's why we're trying to raise that money.
Right.
We can raise that money or as much of it as possible. It would help reduce the price for CVRD to buy it. And then you're buying land, not an old building.
Right. That's, I'll pass it to Director Hardy in a sec here, but yeah, no, to me, that makes sense. Property is an undepreciable assets, and public properties, we don't have that much of it, especially in the far corners of the
And we'd
rural
be
areas.
more than
So,
willing to
yeah,
help with any information you'd require to help that process go through.
Thanks. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And Director Hardy.
Yeah, through the chair to the CEO, I'm just wondering if there's the ability to maybe acquire the property as a park.
Good idea.
We haven't done that analysis to understand how that might fit in with our current parks acquisition strategy. We certainly have a long-term acquisition strategy that identifies certain variables and values for the community assets. We haven't done that analysis to go down that road.
Director Arbor again.
So because time was of the essence, I'm wondering if chair would contemplate, we usually don't make a decision on the delegation on the same day, but I'm wondering if chair would and staff would consider a motion under new business to at least allow that investigation by staff to, because as CEO said, we've done just very preliminary work, but for us to be able to have a little bit more information around the steps we would have to take and that financial analysis, would that be fine if I brought that motion under new business?
We can bring it up under new business.
Thank you, Chair. That's a very good-
But there's other options as well. I was thinking, I mean, if the Fanny Bay Association could buy that as well, then because they're already an association that we fund to a degree through our community halls, whether or not we could amalgamate it into their parcel somehow. And the other idea other ideas like that. I mean, some creative thinking might be in order. You say that the buildings themselves were brought there from logging camps, much like the Halby Hall, right?
They were, exactly.
Put them together. So,
donated
yeah, I
as
mean,
well.
it could be, another option would be to see if the grandson of the Sawchucks want to move the hall over to the Fanny Bay site, if there's room there.
I do
So-
know the Sawchuck boys.
Joan, would you like to speak on the conversations you've had with the Fanny Bay Hall Association and whether moving the building there would be an option?
Well, there's a problem with moving the building to their property, would take up part of their field, number one. Can't be put next to the building because unfortunately the only space available, it's right over top of their septic. So that wouldn't work. Moving the buildings, what do you think, guys? Moving the buildings? Could be done, I guess.
Well, we got the old elementary school property.
Yep.
We got
That's
that
right.
from the school board.
It would have to be logged out a little bit to put a building in there, but yeah. It's a
As I'm
possibility.
saying, there's a way.
Yes.
And we have Director Hardy wants to speak. Are you okay? Director Daniel? Okay, Director Hardy.
Yeah, and just wonder if it could be deemed a heritage site as well. I know these are all things that'll have to take some time for staff to go back and consider, and obviously it'd be work that, or questions that we'd have to probably put forward through new business. But again, just asking that question if that's an opportunity as well.
Okay. And Director Harder.
Yeah, so just thanks again for coming today, and I want to thank Dr. Grieve and Dr. Hardy for being willing to explore this one. And then what will happen is in about 2 or 3 hours from now on in new business, I'll bring forward that motion for us to kind of formalize, and we'll see if it passes the committee. So you may not have to stay for 2 or 3 hours, but that's what's likely to happen. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much, Joan. That brings us to the end of our delegations. We also have a petition that was submitted. So maybe I'd entertain a motion to receive all the delegations and the petition. If that would be okay with CAO? Okay. Moved and seconded? Okay, anybody opposed? That carries. Moving along, resolution status report, Electoral Area Services Committee resolution status report dated March 2024 for receipt. Moved and seconded on receipt. Any discussion on the management report? Seeing none, anybody opposed? That carries. Now the Advisory Planning Commission minutes from Area C Planning Commission, February 15th. And Agricultural Advisory Planning Commission dated February 15th as well. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the reports? I'm glad everybody read it because it's very integral to the next item of business. Okay, so anybody opposed to receiving those reports? Seeing none, that's received. And now we need a motion to receive the report on the telecommunication antenna system at 3505 Dove Creek Road. Move to second on receipt and over to the CAO for introduction of staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dylan Thiessen, our Planner 1 Long Range, will be introducing this staff report and then we'll be able to assist with any questions the directors might have. So Dylan, over to you.
Good morning. Thank you for that introduction, James. Through the chair to the committee members. Staff have received a proposal from TELUS Communications and SitePath Consulting, as you know, to construct a 62-meter telecommunications tower on the property at 3505 Dove Creek Road. At the time of the proposal submission in 2021, the CVRD did not have a policy on telecommunication towers. As such, relevant policies are found in the official community plan and include minimizing the impact on adjacent sensitive uses and encouraging the incorporation of natural topography and environmental features into the tower's design as much as possible, identifying co-location opportunities and requiring a public information meeting. Additionally, the proposed tower is a permitted use in all zones per the utility use provisions of the zoning bylaw. While the OCP contains these policies to guide these types of proposals, the final authority to approve or deny proposals for this type of infrastructure rests with the federal government through Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. The proposal was introduced to the directors via a delegation from TELUS in 2021. TELUS hosted a virtual public information meeting in September of 2021 and an in-person public information meeting in November the following year, 2022, both of which were advertised in the Comox Valley Record and notification of which was sent to nearby property owners. TELUS eventually proposed a new siting location on the same property and informed the neighbors of this through another mail-out notification and opened a new comment period. Staff have received numerous confirmations about this siting, including from the Agricultural Land Commission that ALC approval is not required for this type of infrastructure, from Comox First Nation that a cultural heritage investigation permit is not required, and from Transport Canada that lighting and night protection is not required for either location. The proposal went to the Agricultural Advisory Planning Commission, as well as the APC for Area C in 2021, and then again in 2023, much more recently, based on the revised siting. The Area C APC voted to support the proposal, with a preference on the original siting location closer to Condensory Road, and the Agricultural APC voted to support the proposal's original siting location, again closer to Condensory Road, over the new location, further into the property. Staff have heard from several residents from the Dove Creek community and the Comox Valley more broadly, some of whom have indicated support, though many have voiced opposition to the proposal, including a petition against both proposed locations. Staff note that the inclusion of the more recent petition in the staff report was unfortunately missed, which is why you have a copy on hand, and a copy will be provided for this meeting's minutes as well. Other public correspondence is provided to the directors in the two appendices attached to the report. Recognizing the limited jurisdiction that local governments have over the actual siting of this infrastructure, staff acknowledge that TELUS and SitePath have adhered to applicable bylaws and policies and recommend that a letter of concurrence be granted with a preference indicated for the original siting location closer to Condensory Road. Given that the use is permitted in the zoning bylaw, the original location limits the agricultural impact on the subject property, maximizes setbacks from residences, and was more supported by the advisory planning commissions. Staff are happy to answer any questions you may have, and I'll note that the proponent, Brian Gregg, is joining us virtually on Zoom.
Thank you very much, Dylan. And we have Brian on Zoom.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So any questions of either the agent or staff? Director Larber?
Yeah, thanks. Something I remain frustrated with, which happened as well with Saratoga, is staff doesn't give the quantity of people or where they live. So we just had a general statement around some were opposed and some were for. I didn't have time this weekend to just go through it, but as I did with Saratoga in high detail. But I would like to point out that we definitely have heard from a lot of people in Dove Creek that are continue to be opposed. So can staff clarify why it is? I know you provided that clarification at the Saratoga issue, but why it is that staff does not do analysis on what we get back from the public in terms of numbers and where they're from? That used to be a practice of local government in the past, that we would get a brief analysis, and I think some jurisdictions might still do it, but for some reason, we don't.
Thanks very much. Through the chair to the director, I'm not familiar with the Saratoga application, so I can't speak to how this may differ or be similar or what pertained in that conversation. But there are some, I guess, for a lot of people, they want to share their comments. They don't necessarily have to share where they live. Some people do choose to, but we don't always receive that information. And then when it is shared publicly, we do have, I believe, an obligation to redact certain identifying information.
Okay, thanks. So it's the second go around. So basically what you're saying is both the Area C, APC and Area and Ag Plan, and I looked at the minutes and there were some dissents in there as well, but they're both advising to go back to the original location. And can you give a little bit more insight as to why that is the case? I saw in the Ag one a comment about it being more detrimental to agriculture to have it located further back in the field, but that's all I got from the minutes. So I'm wondering if I can get some of the rationales why they would want to go back to the original location.
Dylan?
Thank you again through the CAO to the directors. I would, if you're curious about the relocation itself, I would direct that question to Mr. Craig to speak to why a second siting option was explored. But what we heard from the APCs is that it did minimize encroachment into the agricultural land and it increased setbacks as well as much as possible when you look at where the existing residences are located on the adjacent properties.
Okay, thanks. I can come back in a bit, Chair, if others have comments or questions.
Hardy? Good, okay. I might be able to answer that question because I sat in on both, of course. And the feeling was that the impact on agriculture would be lessened because the footprint is a 15 by 15 meter footprint for the tower. If you add to that a 1,260 square meters of road, even the 3 foot or 3 meter wide road to the center of the property, that considerably impacts agriculture. And it was noted by both advisory groups that that this would be the lesser of the two, would be to put it back into the original location. So I don't know if Brian has anything to add to that. No, he's good.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I agree with everything that Dylan said, and your summary I think is good. One thing I think I might briefly touch on here is just that TELUS really has no preference. We thought the original location had a lot of merit, which is why we proposed it in the first place. We would agree that it perhaps has a lesser impact on the agricultural land being closer to Condensory Road, so we would need to build a shorter access road and power line. But at the end of the day, the revised location deeper into the property, one of the committee members at the APC pointed out, I think quite wisely as well, that perhaps having a small gravel access road that is, a lot of agricultural properties have and benefit from, wouldn't necessarily retract from the agricultural potential of the property either. And indeed, it might even be useful for providing better access into that agricultural land and could be used for perhaps dual purposes. So at the end of the day, we have no preference necessarily, and sort of friendly reminder to everyone here. What we've tried to do is to provide options and to listen to community input and to try to make an amendment to the original proposal. So it's all been done, I think, in a spirit of good faith, trying to provide solutions. But we do recognize that in both locations, there are people who have strong opinions. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Director Arbor, you have a question?
So just to be clear, so the initial site, and maybe I'm wrong here, I'm just trying to jog my memory to a year ago or to whenever that was. The initial site is the one that we issued a letter of non-concurrence on, is that correct? No, it's not. So how did we treat that at the time? That
Dylan?
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that through the chair to the directors. This is actually the first time that this proposal has come to the directors in the form of a staff report.
Right.
Because this occurred prior to the adoption of our board policy, there was not a lot of structure around how these processes played out. So TELUS just began with a virtual public information meeting and those mailouts. And then once the directors became aware of that, TELUS came and introduced the file as a delegation. So the decision to relocate the tower further into the property was simply made by TELUS, not as a result of any kind of decision by the CVRD.
Thanks, that's very helpful. Anyways, I'll just, maybe a good time to provide my thoughts on this application and some of the options. I think it's not going away, the public concerns from not all, but from people around antenna system. And I think we're seeing alternatives to that that have been highlighted not only by delegations, but that we're aware of. I think when we talk about local service, people, I've admitted to it. I got a phone. I'm part of the the people who like decent service, but you can get that through so many ways now. Wi-Fi calling, fiber, all these different things, and antennas when you have a lot of people that are directly affected, and we heard from some of them today. I find it hard to push through a project that faces that level of opposition and concern in the community. So, so what I would say is, from my thoughts, is we've created the antenna policy, and the antenna policy is pretty specifically focused on public engagement and making sure that public engagement happens. It doesn't really necessarily comment on the outcome of that. So I find it hard to disagree that they have followed the process. We heard some people found flaws in the process, but generally speaking, staff, I think, they did follow our new policies, which aim is to make sure that there's significant public engagement. And I think the fact that we got a lot of people here demonstrate there's been enough public engagement so that at least everyone is aware of this proposal. So on the other hand, I don't know what to do with the level of opposition from the immediate neighbors in the community and others in the valley about it. So I don't like any of the options presented by staff. I would prefer if we were to issue a letter of concurrence, that letter really highlights the degree of concern and opposition. So we could say, yes, we agree that they followed public engagement, but no, there is not a lot of support for this tower in this community. That would be kind of my preference, barring just a simple letter of non-concurrence, because it's, I think, in Dove Creek, and I see that on Hornby, I see that elsewhere. I think it's fine for the rural areas to stay rural and to limit exposure. That's good. I'm glad there's communities like that. And maybe in 50 years from now, those communities will be looked at as having been the voice of reason. Thanks.
John, I wonder if you could just comment on the, should the board support a letter of concurrence? What does then be submitted to the process? What does get submitted in through SitePath and TELUS and ISID, if the board does support that letter of concurrence?
Through the CEO to the chair and to the directors, yeah. If the board did decide to move forward with a letter of non-concurrence or concurrence, staff can include comments from the directors about their concerns and what we have heard from the public as part of the letter to ISID Canada.
So in both cases, whether it's a letter of concurrence or a letter of non-concurrence, the public submissions and the full application and board commentary would be submitted through to ISID.
That's correct, James. So moving forward, if the letter was going to move forward, we will provide their information of their correspondence and comments from the directors to ISID Canada.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, well, I'll wait to hear, but I had one further thought I was gonna comment to is that it's also odd to me that all these towers are really left to the private sector to put proposal. Like, one thing that I know Brian has done his best to explain it to me, like, and to our board over the last 4 or 5 years, but to me, I still don't understand the competitive element in this. I don't understand how the telecom cooperate or not. I don't understand why it's not a publicly owned tower where they go and then private sector can, but like, there's so many, and I don't understand the network. Like, there's been a lot of question, who does it favor? It's the same on Hornby right now, right? Who does it favor? Is it the people under the tower? Or is it network, or is it both? We had one presenter comment on that. Brian has commented on that. But for me, there's no comprehensive roadmap to say, how do you serve a region well? It all seems like a bit hodgepodge, and I know that's probably insulting to the professionals like Brian and to the TELUS, but I still don't understand that. And with the rise of fiber and other things like that, I still don't understand. Like, I can live with a few drop calls. It feels like we're shooting for 100%, right? Whenever I drive up the connector and I'm on a call, I expect my call's going to drop. So has it ever been the end of the world? No. It's annoying. But I know that once I hit the tourism center, then, okay, can call back the person. So it's not like, it feels like we're not a critical need. So it'd be great in the future that I'm just providing general comments. It'd be great in the future to know where Canada is heading with how we communicate. And, you know, we're not Africa or Europe or different places I've been to where you see like massive devices just everywhere. But it still feels like we haven't roadmapped really well what the future looks like for telecom in Canada. That's just a general comment.
Thank you for your scientific observations. I would suggest that the future is actually extra national, out of our jurisdiction, and has a lot more to do with low Earth orbit satellite systems. So I would imagine if there's 20 years down the road, we'd have absolutely no say on being bombarded by various frequencies from outer space. I would think that's where we're going to be going eventually, and cell towers will be made into a habitat for birds' nests or something. But I would like to ask a question of Brian, or I'll go to staff first. And that's that I've heard 5G bantered around. In my understanding, this is not a 5G tower. It's not working on 5G frequencies. It's basically 4G, but it does cover some of the same stuff, but it's not at those critical frequencies that we hear about all the time. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would defer to the applicant for clarification on that.
Brian?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So essentially, well, I think what I see through the public consultations is a high degree of confusion about what 5G means. And I think the challenge that I face is that it's often used as a sort of a branding or a marketing tool, and it can cover a whole range of radio frequencies and technologies and so on and so forth. But essentially, true 5G, if you will, or the type of 5G that I think some folks have expressed questions and concerns about, are more what we would call the millimeter wave frequencies. And those frequencies don't travel far enough to be deployed on full-size tower sites in suburban or rural areas like Dove Creek. So if I'm understanding correctly, and I'm not trying to put words into anyone's mouth, but the millimeter waves and the sort of true 5G that I think a lot of people are questioning, again, tends to be deployed in dense urban environments on what we call small cells. And it's a very high density network of cell sites. So for instance, we have some in downtown Vancouver, and a lot of urban areas. And these sites are every couple hundred meters, kind of like a Wi-Fi router, if you will, for kind of a logical comparison. And we'll put them on every street light in an area like that, because there's so much demand on the network for data use in particular that we have to add this additional layer of capacity for that kind of service. But on the Dove Creek Tower, it's what are generally known, and anyone could Google this, the sub 6 gigahertz frequencies. And these are quite similar to the historical frequencies that are already deployed across Canada, as well as globally. So I would encourage anyone to do kind of a search of that. And then to give you kind of a reference point, most people's Wi-Fi is 5 gigahertz. So again, also sub 6 gigahertz. So I spoke to TELUS's radio frequency engineer about this very topic, specifically in Dove Creek, and his comment was that the millimeter wave frequencies would barely cover the ground level from a 62 meter tall tower like we're proposing. So this isn't sort of the kind of 5G that people might be typically asking questions about. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Also, just to confirm, there will be no lights on this tower. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very, very important point. There was a lot to unpack in some of those delegations, and much that I could or would like to address. In my opinion, a fair number of perhaps misunderstandings, and that was one of them. So Transport Canada formally responded and said there is no need for any lighting or marking. And I think that's very, very important. Some of the neighbors had that concern, but Transport Canada advised us that there is no need for any lighting or marking.
Thanks very much. And back over to Director Arbor, I guess.
Yeah, just maybe one final question for the applicant. Once the structure is up, if there were to be changes in the future, say in 5 or 10 years from now, and wanted to add lights or more powerful technology or anything like that, and I'm asking you to talk on our process, which you probably know, working with many local governments, but would it come back to this table at this time, or can at that point the telecoms can just add to the tower in the future without having to go through local governments? Because we're mostly ruling on zoning, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if I may, through the chair to the director. So essentially, I think what the prior delegation was referring to and what you may be alluding to is, so at a very high kind of regulatory level, I said, so the federal government does have this exemption from consultation where the carriers can go back to existing cell sites and add, like swap out old technology, and there's no consultation for that. So for instance, we go to an existing cell tower and we're removing some old antennas and adding new ones. There's no full consultation process for that. That's just swapping out antennas on a tower. That's routinely done across Canada. This comment about being able to go back and extend the tower height, indeed, there is an exemption in the federal process that says as long as you don't extend it by more than 25% in height, there's no consultation. So some people find that alarming, but we never do that. It doesn't make sense structurally or from a cost standpoint to go back to a substantial piece of infrastructure and we'd have to basically rip it down and rebuild it. So that really never happens. The only time I've seen that, and this is like 1 in 1,000 cell sites, is there used to be really small cell sites that were built less than 15 meters tall, because about 10 years ago, there was no consultation for short cell towers less than 15 meters tall. And because those were so short, and in fact shorter than the trees, the signal would get blocked. So they could go back and add a stack on top. And that would sometimes allow new technologies to be deployed, or maybe even another carrier to co-locate on that tower. As for increasing the height of a 62-meter tall tower, I have never seen that done. If we wanted a taller tower, we would be proposing it right now. So there's no intention to do that. I almost never see that happen, contrary to the federal exemption. So I think you'll find that would be a non-issue. I don't think that that's ever happened in your region or probably anywhere on Vancouver Island. other than maybe on, again, those really small towers that were built too short for the reasons I mentioned before.
Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, I guess I have a question for the consultant regarding his work. And is he only doing work for TELUS, or is he doing work for other companies such as Rogers as well?
Thank you. Through the chair to the director. So I'm a consultant and I have multiple clients, including the ones you've mentioned. So essentially, as a consultant working in this industry, there's a small number of potential clients, as you can imagine, in Canada in telecom. There's a small number of large companies that provide these kinds of services. And actually, through the rules of the Canada Revenue Agency, I have to have multiple clients. Whereas if I only worked for one, I would eventually be effectively deemed like an employee, and they would need to hire me like an employee. So because I have a small business and it's a consulting firm and it's focused on this sector only, I have more than one client. So indeed, the parties that you mentioned.
So you'd qualify for a dental and medical and pension.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, if I can again, Chair, through yourself to the person on the Zoom line there. I guess the question I got is the mention of competition and concerns about having the towers in different spots, and again, the location of these towers becomes very competitive. I guess the question I got for the consultant, if you're working for a number of different companies, is there really that competition with regards to the location of the sites if you're working for all the various companies here that are looking at putting towers on the island? Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair to the director. So how it works in my role is I have to avoid conflicts of interest between my clients and not share their proprietary information. But of course, once a proposal becomes public information and goes through these consultation processes like we're seeing here, then it's out in the public. These have all been put in newspaper notices and mail out packages, and there's really no secret about it. So I routinely, between my various clients and between the wireless carriers, share that information, especially if it's requested through the land use authority like the CVRD. And so there's often opportunities for discussion around sharing of infrastructure, co-locating on structures, and so on and so forth. And indeed, that is the expectation of Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. There are tower sharing protocols in their federal document known as the CPC, wherein we're encouraged to look at opportunities for sharing structures before we propose any new infrastructure in a given area. So the only time you see net new tower proposals is, generally speaking, if we've reviewed the existing infrastructure, existing towers and structures in an area and found that they're not suitable in terms of the height that we can get on an existing structure or the location, or there may be structural limitations and a number of technical factors beyond that. But that's sort of how the process works. So we do try to look for tower sharing opportunities. We know communities prefer that, and it does make sense often. There's many such cases where towers are shared.
Director Robert?
Thanks. Since you have a good handle on the different companies, in your opinion, or if you have an opinion on this, would this be the last tower we would see in the Comox Valley, or do you anticipate like over time we'll need 10 more, or what is the future for the valley in regards to cell capacity?
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair to the director. That's a great question, and I was listening to you closely previously about your a perception that there's something to be desired for there being kind of a better plan and a sense of the future and what this all looks like, and that it feels a bit hodgepodge. And I sympathize with that because my background's in planning, and like you, I'd be quite interested in knowing kind of a cohesive plan and what that looks like, at least for a period of time. I think the challenge that we face is that technology evolves so rapidly. And not only that, but the network evolves rapidly based on changes in infrastructure and changes in the built environment, as well as demand on the network. So there's a lot to unpack there, but for instance, in Dove Creek, to your point, there was fiber optics installed. So that can change demand patterns on the network. Now, that doesn't resolve a need for mobile service or wireless service. It's nice that folks can make a Wi-Fi call, but anywhere outdoors, that's effectively no use. But there's all kinds of factors on the network. Again, demand, how many subscribers there are on logging onto a certain cell site. And then that dictates where we need new infrastructure to support that demand. So it's very challenging, I think, to develop a lot of certainty at a snapshot in time and to say with certainty that that's what it's going to look like in 5 or 10 years. Will the demand on the network continue to grow exponentially as it has over the past 10 or 20 years? I don't know if anyone knows the answer to that question. I don't anticipate that this will be the last proposal in the Comox Valley. And the reason for that is we're quite aware, I think, across all of my clients that the Comox Valley is known as an area where there's not reliable service in quite a lot of areas. So I wouldn't think it would be accurate for me to say that this would be the last proposal by any means. But all of the proposals that I currently have been submitted through to staff, and I'm not aware of anything net new. So it also wouldn't be fair to say that there's, a large magnitude of more infrastructure being proposed. We're really trying to limit it and to focus on areas of concern where there's little to no reliable connectivity. And I think contrary to some of the comments here today, we do understand that there's reasonably good fiber optic service, good internet access, but as for mobile and outdoor coverage on the wireless network in Dove Creek, there's a lot of places where you can barely make a phone call.
I was going to play off that one. Yeah, if possible, if you grant me the latitude to speak on it. I've recently attended a few of the Farmers Institute meetings this spring, and I have been approached by people that are not in favor of any cell towers anymore, cell service in the area. But I will say that was in a minority, that the vast majority of people are complaining about the fact they have one bar or less. And especially some of the larger commodity farmers that have the bigger operations that, make $100,000 a year. They do complain about drop calls. They do complain about bad cell service in the area. And when it comes to the health concern, even though that's Health Canada's concern, not ours, I would recommend that we listen to Marcus when he talks about the effects of the cell phone that's returning the call right next to your head or in your backpack. So it's well known that if you're farther away from the cell tower, your phone ramps up to try to communicate. So you're actually increasing the amount of radiation you're getting from your own device because it's a two-way street. But I would say that, obviously we have members of the community that don't want a cell tower anywhere maybe. But in the same token, it is a fact of everyday life. It is as important almost nowadays as other services. I would say that, high-speed internet and cell service are now probably as important, which we saw through the COVID crisis, as water, sewer, and roads. So we have to balance this out. I know we always get lambasted for taking an opinion, but in my view, it's whatever benefits the majority of people is what I'm going to vote for. Thank you. Director.
Yeah, thanks. You didn't bring that up, but maybe I would have a question for staff and maybe not planning staff. We might drag some of the other staff in there depending on the CEO, but I'm wondering across the regional district where I see cell service, which was a big object of discussion on Hornby, is from firefighters and search and rescue perspective, right? Somebody get lost in the wood, anything like that. So is staff Do we have anything, either generally speaking, feedback from those groups that say that we need absolutely better cell reception? Or is it seen that for most instances, if you move 5 meters, you can actually place a call?
Thanks, Director. I don't have anything specific in my mind. I'm looking at Ton and Dylan and not seeing any sort of response to that. So from the description you provided, no, I don't have anything specific in that regard.
So I'll reframe. Has cell service in the past, and maybe that's something Doug might know, say if you look at the last 15 years, has there been instances where in incidents, the lack of cell service was considered a critical element, either in the response or the ability of people to get out?
I don't have that.
You don't have
answer.
that? Okay. Yeah, those are the questions I'd ask. I think in terms of convenience, Director Grief, I hear you. There's a lot of people that like good, reliable service, but it's also like at what level? Because I think we could keep, aiming for perfection. And it's, for me, it's more of a matter of good enough when there's health concerns. So slight difference of opinion, but I think everybody's got a difference of opinion on this one. I'd be willing to move something if you're interested after the delegation, but maybe there's more discussion.
Well, we're on receipt. It's been very lively, very interesting, along with the 3 delegations. So I will entertain a motion to receipt. Right? Okay. On receipt. Director Hardy.
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay. Okay,
I thought
second on receipt.
Director Arbor was moving it.
Any further comments? Director Arbor? Okay. On receipt. All those opposed? That carries. And Director Arbor, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, thanks. And I just for Lisa, I wasn't opposed. I thought you were going to say all in favor. You said all opposed. So tough one. I think I would present where my mind was going on this is I don't find a lot of flaw in the consultation process and following the CVRD policy. But I think we've heard last year and we've heard this year quite consistently that the Dove Creek community, especially the immediate neighbors, do not want this tower. So I would move that we provide the letter of non-concurrence that SitePath and TELUS followed our policy, but also highlight significant opposition and concern by the Dove Creek community about this tower.
So to be clear, we issue a letter of concurrence that they've followed the rules, but we point to the opposition that occurred during the process, basically. I have a seconder. Seeing no seconder, I'll move the actual recommendation as written. With because the way it's written is innovative science, economic development can be advised. The SitePath and TELUS Communications have satisfactorily consulted with the Comox Valley Region District and have completed the required public consultation processes for the proposed telecommunications power described, blah, 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 blah. So that I don't think we can have any objection to. So is the end finally that maybe that we need to craft a bit? Because I do think that it was very clear from both advisories that the preferred location is the one that has the least impact on agriculture, which is the one closest to the road. As I say, the path itself is 1,260 square meters, just farmland taken up. Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks. At this time, I can't support a letter of concurrence. And my reasons being is, I think going back to some of the initial letters that went out from TELUS to the constituents in Dove Creek, that there's a willingness to work with the Dove Creek residents to collaborate on a spot where that tower could work for everybody. And what I've seen from day one is there doesn't seem to be any willingness from TELUS to move from that particular property. It's solely that property and that property only. So I have concerns about that. It also appears that a lot of science and research revolving around 5G technology is still uncertain. I've also seen the petition list here with a number of names from constituents in and around Dove Creek that are opposed to the tower being in place, and they have their reasons, whether it's concerns about health or concerns about impacts upon environment with regards to pollinators, etc. So that to me is a concern as well. Regarding the slide presentation that we saw earlier, there appeared to be a number of towers in and around the Comox Valley area. I do understand that, I think, and if I understand the consultant earlier, he did say that TELUS does have an obligation, and I think under legislation, they're obligated to explore all the towers that are in place and see if they can put their technology up on those towers. And with the numerous towers that we saw in that presentation, it amazes me that TELUS's technology wouldn't be able to fit on either of the towers that were displayed in the presentation. I don't feel that TELUS has done sorry, I did have another question, or I was kind of not quite certain of, or in regards to the competitive process with regards to the location of these towers. And because of that strong competition, there's not a lot of sharing of information with regards to potential tower locations. And to me, from a CBRD perspective, maybe that's something that we need to explore down the road with regards to, again, sitting down with the various technology companies and saying, based upon consultation that we've had with various folks within the CBRD, here's an appropriate location that most people are comfortable with the tower being here or here or here. But again, going back to the competitive thing, when we have the consultant working for both Rogers and TELUS, and again, that concern with regards to not wanting to release any competitive information, when you have the one consultant that's working for the various companies on the island here with regards to ensuring that competitive process is being considered or not, or taken into account or not. To me, I'm kind of a little concerned, or I find it somewhat complicating that the consultant's working for a number of different companies. And again, that reasoning for competition and not divulging information about these certain sites, to me is a little concerning. One final comment in regards to me not supporting the letter of concurrence is, again, the comment made with regards to the consultant, again, stating that based upon the question that's put forward by Director Arbor was, is this the only tower that's going to get located here in the Comox Valley over the next 5 to 10 years? And the consultant saying, well, I can't really answer that question. There could be numerous towers, and more than likely there's going to be other applications that get put forward. So if this particular tower doesn't get put in place, to me, it sounds like there are other opportunities for applications to be submitted with better locations. So those are just some of my comments with regards to me not supporting a letter of concurrence for the tower at Dove Creek. Thank you.
I'm open to the wisdom of the directors. As you say, it's a proposal that's been percolating for quite a long time. I would, however, as I said before, caution that no matter where you put a tower in the Comox Valley, it's not going to be very popular in people's backyards, which I guess is why they tried to move it into the center of the property, but that may just be a cosmetic fix. I do think, as I say, that from the information I've been given from people other than the people in the gallery is that they absolutely do agree that self-service in some of these areas is dismal. And being that it is part of everyday modern life, it has to go somewhere. And here's, Brian talk about the fact that they can't put it at the exhibition site because it doesn't work with the frequencies that they're broadcasting from it, which again are not 5G frequencies. So is there a happy medium here? Is there anything we can strike as a balance that would work? Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. I'm just wondering if staff and even the applicant, if need be, but if we can have comments on the steps following if a letter of non-concurrence was provided. The reason why I struggle with issuing a letter of non-concurrence is I think much of our policy, the bar was met in terms of the public engagement. So that's why for me, I struggle a bit with that. But in terms of if non-concurrence letter was issued, what is, in my opinion, the applicants could simply drop, or I said could overrule us, or what are the different avenues that we could see following that?
Sorry, Dylan, just before you get into that, I just want to be clear, like the recommendation on the staff report is that a letter of concurrence be issued, and that would be concurrence that the process that was followed is consistent with the expectations with regard to public engagement. Option number 4 in the staff report is to issue a letter of non-concurrence. And I believe that would mean that the CVRD would feel that the process for public engagement was not followed according to our expectations. Dylan, is that's your understanding around the difference between the letter of concurrence and the letter of non-concurrence?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I just want to be clear on that the recommendation is for a letter of concurrence, and that would be specific to the public engagement that was followed. And then Dylan, if you want to speak to the steps and the question from Director Arbor.
Thank you. Through the CAO and the chair to the directors. You are right, Director Arbor, those two options exist. I said Canada does have the authority to overrule. TELUS does have the option of simply walking away from the project. I can't speak to this with any specificity or detail, but there is a dispute resolution process as well that's administered by the federal government, which the proponent in this case could initiate.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, when we, it's a new policy. It's the first time second time it gets tested, first time. Anyways, I forget, but it's pretty new policy. We passed it a couple of years ago. So what I'm learning from that new policy we tested is our intent was to ensure there's proper public consultation. But we did not anticipate us having to really say pro or against a tower. The policy does not address that point as far as I know. So then we get one of our first applications is a case where, in my mind, the public consultation was in line with otherwise I'd like to hear from Director, Dr. Hardy made a couple of points about the public consultation, but for me, it's mostly the public just doesn't like the tower. Right. So you can consult, but it's not supported. So that's why my original motion, I was trying to capture both, that I have a hard time grounding something with our policy in regards to the public consultation bar not being met, but also saying, generally speaking, we don't believe this is a good site for this tower. So I don't know how we get out of this pickle. Because as our CEO said, there's really all the options point at either concurrence with the process and currently without commentary on whether it's desired, and the other is non-concurrence, which to me says my reason for voting for non-concurrence would probably be because I think it's not desired in that location by the public. But the non-concurrence only speak about the public engagement aspect. So this is why I think this committee is struggling right now. I don't know how we find our way out. I was trying to capture that in my original motion to say I concur that the consultation has occurred, but we report that there's significant opposition and concerns about that location.
I just want to ask one more question back through to Dylan and Tom to confirm that if there is a letter of concurrence that the CVRD issues for this process, the entire package of information that is in front of the directors today and that's submitted through this process will be submitted to ICID for ICID's decision.
Thank you very much through the CAO and the chair to the directors. That is correct. We will append the entire package that you see within the agenda. It's also my understanding that the actual letter of concurrence can be quite formulaic and built off of a template if it's a simple enough process, but that comments can still be captured, and it would just be up to the federal government to interpret the comments that the directors provide in terms of how they apply to the federal legislation.
Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks. Again, going back to option 4 with regards to the letter of non-concurrence. I think we can all argue whether consultation took place or was it meaningful? Again, I go back to some of the letters that went out to the constituents earlier in this process with regards to a strong desire by TELUS to meet with the constituents in and around the Dove Creek area, collaborate on an area that everybody thought would be a great place for the tower to be put in place and go from there. I haven't seen TELUS move from that address in regards to whether that tower should be there or not. And again, I just go back to the point that that consultation process, if we agreed that TELUS had done meaningful consultation with the residents of Dove Creek, we probably wouldn't see a petition here in front of us with a number of different names on it saying that they're opposed to the tower being put in place. So that kind of brings into my question or concern with regards to that consultation process at the end of the day. Thanks.
Strike the happy medium. Always in the middle somewhere. Director Harbour?
So I just pulled up the policy, the antenna policy, and the role of jurisdictions and the role of local government. The primary role of local government is to issue a statement of concurrence or non-concurrence to the proponent and ICID Canada. The statement considers the land use compatibility of the antenna structure, the responses of the affected residents, and the proponent's adherence to his protocol. So I think I would be fine with a letter that addresses each of those 3 points differently. That we don't consider the land use compatibility of the antenna structure. We consider that the response of the affected residents was negative, but we do confirm the proponent's adherence to the protocol of consultation. And I hear Director Hardy around consultation. For me, it's why I'm still on the side that it was okay is when you have opposition to it, you might still have consulted. It's just that the response is negative. And the fact that we've received so much correspondence and so much input to me talks to, I think in the past, what we saw like last term or whatever, just people were just taken by surprise, right? They didn't know it was happening. So this is not the case here. In fact, we had a break of 1 year and a change of location on the site, even though I actually agree with a lot of what you said. It'd be great if instead we had where, let's start from the drawing board with the community. That'd be enhanced. That's not what our policy states. So, so I would move that we provide a letter back to ICID. Otherwise, we can move the deferral if we want to talk more on it. But that on those first 2 points on the use compatibility and affected residents, it's negative. And on the proponent's adherence to the protocol, it's positive. That would be my preference. I don't know how to craft a motion on that. If we want to defer or if at the direction of the chair.
Well, I'll accept that, because as I say, it isn't unanimous. There are people that have been phoning me complaining about self-service, so it's got to go somewhere. If it doesn't go here, it might go somewhere else. But wherever you put it, there's going to be people that, you know, I wouldn't want it in my neighbor's yard. So it's quite obvious that we can send it back because they do. We have to agree that they have followed the policies, our new policies, and we have very limited levers of control over these things to begin with. Antenna arrays. We have actually concocted this policy just for this very purpose, and I don't know if there's another jurisdiction that even does it. I think we're blazing the trail on this one as it is. So as long as we put in there the fact that there is considerable public opposition, we put in all the petitions and the letters and send it off to Science and Economics Development Canada. And I second it. Lisa's just typing away like mad there. So. Director Harmer?
Yeah, thanks. I guess my only suggested change would be, so I like the adding of the highlighting the significant position, but this just prior to that, I would replace and that the letter indicate a preference for the location closest to necessary road. I would scratch that.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And I would replace it as per our policies that asks us to consider land use compatibility. I would like to capture Dr. Hardy's suggestion. So that a letter be provided for either proposed siting location. I mean, we got 2 out of the 3 that are non-concurrence. If I look at those 3 terms, like land use compatibility, the response of the affected residents and the adherence to this protocol. So I would just like to say, if we can insert in there, and I know we're making it on the fly here, but we're taking our time and may do it, that there would be preference for a community-based identification of a suitable site from a land use perspective. You know, that I'm trying to capture Dr. Hardy's comments to talk about, you know, we heard that this site keeps coming back, but there's a desire for more. Or we could just.
Should be consideration, shouldn't it?
Or we could just leave that out entirely.
Consideration of other sites or something like that.
Yeah.
With a preference for further, not consultation. Consultation is fine. They did the consultation. Consideration of alternate sites that could service the community. And finally, that
There you go. Yeah, I'm fine with that, Chair.
That could service the community. And then make the last one at the end finally that, and the second one further that. That's pretty good. Director?
Yeah, whenever we do something like that, I'm wondering if there's appetite for asking staff to draft such a letter and bring it back to committee so that we can consider it. Because I'm prepared to pass this motion, but I realize that we want to nail it as well. We don't want to just
Well, we got the brightest minds in local government right here today, so what could go wrong? And finally that.
Certainly, based on the discussion, based on the staff report and based on this resolution, staff are able to craft a letter that would be meeting this.
That would be the
this
D
requirement.
letter.
And that would be the letter to be sent in to ICID and TELUS and SitePath.
With all the signatures.
The directors want to see that letter again, we can bring that back to the Electoral Letter Services Committee, but I
Yeah.
think staff is able to pull that letter together. And I'm seeing nods from our staff.
The last, if I can, Chair. The last thing I struggle with, and maybe that can be comments to the directors at this point with this wording, I'm just not sure if this is a concurrence letter or non-concurrence letter, because, to me, thanks if the point of order, Chair.
Yeah. This is a meeting.
Yes. This is where it's hard to balance for me. We don't, we agree that they've done the public consultation, but we don't agree with the site, and we highlight the level of position. It does sound like more non-concurrence to me. I don't know what the other directors feel like.
What about just changing significant to strong? Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks again. And just going back to option 4 with regards to letter of non-concurrence, to me, it simplifies things. And I've explained my reasons as to why we should be going with option 4. And again, I go back to the letters that were provided to the constituents really early in this process, and the strong commitment made by TELUS to collaborate with the residents of Duck Creek to identify a place that would be a win-win for everybody with regards to the location of that tower. And from day one, TELUS has not even considered moving to any other spot other than the address that's been identified. That's been their stance since day one. To me, if TELUS isn't willing to collaborate with the constituents of Area B, then to me, their letter was rather disingenuous. Thanks.
Director Harper?
Okay, is there anything further up, Lisa? Is there anything above the telecommunications tower? Is that the full resolution right there? That's the full. Yeah, I would keep much of the same language, but I'm prepared to move that the letter is actually one of non-concurrence. You got another speaker, Jim.
So that's, I'll let Richard go first. Richard?
Yeah, I did have a question for staff regarding if we went with option 4 for letter of non-concurrence, that does not prohibit the proponent from turning around and doing more meaningful consultation with the constituents for Area B, collaborating on a location for a tower that works for everybody, and then the proponent coming back to the CVRD rather quickly, saying based upon the work that we've done with the constituents in Area B, that here's the preferred location of the tower. Like, is there anything stopping the proponent from doing that work if a letter of non-concurrence is put forward? Thanks.
Dylan?
Thank you through the chair to the directors. As far as I'm aware, there's nothing preventing TELUS or any other service provider from coming forward with another proposal. This would, of course, be if a letter of non-concurrence would be the end of this file, so we would be beginning the process anew. But as far as I'm aware, there would be nothing preventing that.
So after submission, rather than a comma, we just put but that a letter of concurrence, non-concurrence be provided for either proposed sightings location of the staff report. And then it goes on to explain why.
Could I suggest that we take a 5-minute recess just to make sure that we've got the intent of this language correct? Because this is built on the sense of our letter of concurrence. I wouldn't want to just simply add in words that it can take 5 minutes just to confirm that we've got the letter correct.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute recess and legalize this. So 10 minutes, stretch your legs.
Mr. Chair, just to confirm, is to make sure that the resolution that the committee does consider actually incorporates the change of intent here, because of course this recommendation was built on the sense of a letter of concurrence. So I just want to double check that we have the language correct and then come back to the committee.
Call this meeting back to order. And we have crafted a recommendation. Is it up on the screen? Gonna pull it up here, so. That a letter of non-concurrence be provided for the purpose, for the proposed, sorry. That a letter of non-concurrence be provided for the proposal to site a tower on the property described as Lot A, Section 37, Comox District Plan 2241, PID blah blah, 3505 Duck Creek Road, to Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, with preference for a future consultation on alternate sites that could service the community. And finally, the letter highlights the significant opposition and concerns by the community, including the correspondence and petitions received. I'm looking for a motion to move it forward. Director Hardy.
Yeah, I'll move.
Move in second. Okay. That's a tough one, folks. So speaking to the motion, Director Harbour.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's good, a preference for further consultation. I might have added that there was, as per the intent of our new policy, that didn't meet the bar on that, but I think it's somewhat captured in there. So I'm good to go with that.
It's very good. And I would like to thank the gallery for coming out in such force and for all the letters and petitions we've received over the years. I would always say that there is the alternate opinion out there, which I tried to bring forward. Some of the people complaining about the fact that they only have one bar or less. So eventually it has to be addressed somewhere. This throws it back at the consultant and the corporation. And hopefully they'll come up with something that is more palatable in the community that will service the community. So, and thanks to staff for all your hard work too, Dylan and Todd. So we haven't voted yet, so I'm taking the opportunity to express myself before the vote. Okay, anybody opposed? Seeing none, that carries. And thank you very much, everybody in the audience. I would entertain a motion to adjourn again for lunch. It's been a very hungry morning, so. Welcome back, everyone. We're moving rapidly along in this Electoral Area Services Committee meeting. We are already on item number 3. Electoral Area A application for site-specific floodplain setback and flood construction level at 9866 Ships Point Road. Report for receipt. Move and second on receipt and over to CEO for introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Stephanie Pollock, our planner 2, will be introducing the staff report and able to take any questions. So Stephanie.
Welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you. Through the CAO to the chair and committee members, an application for a site-specific exemption to the floodplain management bylaw has been received for the property at 7866 Ships Point Road. The subject property is approximately 0.17 hectares. Existing development includes a single detached dwelling with a septic field and tank and riprap and seawall. Proposed is an addition to the existing single detached dwelling, including a garage and kitchen on the bottom floor with habitable living space on the upper floor. Being within 100 meters of the sea, the applicant hired a professional engineer to prepare a geotechnical report relating to flood hazard per the floodplain management bylaw. The report prescribes a flood construction level of 7.4 meters and establishes that the 2100-year floodplain setback extends beyond the property itself, leaving the entire property within the floodplain setback and thus requiring an exemption from the bylaw, as permitted through Section 524 of the Local Government Act. The report prescribes a lesser setback of 15 meters from the present natural boundary, which the proposed development meets, and the 7.4 meter flood construction level, which the proposal does not meet. The property owner's preferred design includes new habitable floor area below the flood construction level. This is the kitchen on the bottom floor. Staff highlight that it may be the preference to construct habitable floor area on the bottom floor. However, the prescribed flood construction level could be accomplished through design and/or engineering by placing all new habitable floor area on the second floor. The report provides the following mitigation measures required for the land to be considered safe for its intended use. 1, foundation construction is to be designed to ensure erosion resistance, and 2, grading and drainage requirements are to be followed. The engineer also recommends that the existing riprap and seawall be maintained. Staff does not support the approval of this application for the following reasons. The proposed first floor habitable floor area does not meet the engineer's prescribed flood construction level. The proposed addition is significant, thus extending the longevity of the building within the flood hazard area that will be flooded, with road access cut off in a 2100-year flood event. Finally, given the engineer's reliance on the continued existence of an existing hardened shoreline, being the riprap and seawall, opportunities may be limited in the future to restore the coastal processes interrupted by the hardened shoreline, with impacts on adjacent properties and the Crown foreshore. Staff are available to answer any questions, and I will note that the applicant, Dave Purden of Astor Bay, is in attendance in the gallery today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the directors? And Director Harbour?
Yeah, thanks. I'd welcome comments from the applicant as well in regards to this project. I think in the big picture, the problem being encountered here is one that we've started to see a lot the last 2 or 3 years for any kind of waterfront property, and we've had a lot of residents proceed with the kind of recommendations that staff is making today. We saw it in Saratoga. We saw, anyways, there's lots. So generally speaking, I think I agree with staff around the concerns around the floodplain, but I'm also happy to hear some of the applicant's thoughts on this, and as well, I was curious about the third recommendation. Maybe staff can expound a bit on that, the third option, which is to refer to a third party. I was wondering, we don't often see that kind of option. Do I have that right? Sorry, I'll just go back. Hopefully I'm on the right file here. Yeah. So there's a note that a third option would be request more information on flood analysis and risks through a third-party review of the report. So I have not seen that option very often, so I wonder if staff wants to comment on it.
Thanks. Yeah, through the CAO to the directors. This is an option that the directors may choose to pursue. We included this given the staff recommendation of non-support.
Right, and so obviously this would not be at our cost, this would be at the cost of the applicant. Okay. Yep, I don't know if we want to, if chair wants to call the applicant to the mic or at the appropriate time.
You want to hear from the applicant? I believe Dave Pearden is in the gallery. Do you want to speak to this, Dave, at all?
Yes.
Oh, just go up to the podium there. Press the little button. There you go.
I did send just a copy of some of my comments I've got to make over to Stephanie in email. I don't know if she can put those on the screen or if you just want to hear me narrate a little bit. I'm not sure what you want to do with that. Like, do you have the email I just sent you? No? Yeah, I sent it 5 minutes ago. Okay. Maybe I can give you guys a hard copy if you want. You want to follow one? Hi, I'm Dave Pearden. I'm just representing the clients for this addition that they want to do on, it's kind of an older cabin. So they're proposing, if you're ready to go here, they're proposing a habitable addition on a 290 square foot single detached cabin. In addition, there is a attached garage with habitable floor, with habitable floor area of 576 square feet upper floor. So it's designed to be flood resistant. There'll be no electrical or mechanical below the flood construction level in the garage itself. The combined area of the new addition in the garage is greater than 25% of the existing footprint of the area. And so the general floodplain exemption or section 401(1)(b) of the CBRD law 600 is not applicable. The kind of initially in talking to the client about this property, I might just go on my own here a little bit. The older cabin is centrally located on the property. It makes it, kind of takes up the prime real estate, let's say, for putting a new home or, something that's 2 stories in there. They're, admittedly it is, in the 50-year-old range, but it is in good condition. They just want to do basic repairs to it, and they really love the cabin. They've moved here, through some bidding wars, etc. They ended up losing some properties they were trying to buy, and then they got this one. There's not a lot of research done by clients. I've seen this over and over where they buy waterfront and then they get into huge archaeological concerns or flood height problems, and this property has a lot of difficulties. It's I would call it extreme hardship that's kind of put upon them to build here. They're not, part of the charm of what they've gotten with buying this place is that the cabin, they love it. They really enjoy it. People come and visit all the time. Everybody really enjoys being in the cabin. They want to keep that. Me as a builder, of course, I initially said, hey, let's tear down the cabin and let's build. I love building, but this is not something that they desire. And there is life left in this, and there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to enjoy this cabin going forward. So this is where we're at. They want to do an addition onto it. I'll carry back into this narrative here, okay? Or actually, I can just speak to maybe there's an exemption that doesn't fully apply in this case, but it does actually. It's you can add 25% of the square footage to a home with, you know, you can add that square footage below the FCL. You're allowed to do that by your bylaws. You're not allowed to do it if there's any other addition to the home that turns it into a like a major addition. Only a minor addition is allowed. You know, they were quite interested in that, adding on some more square footage down low, but keeping it minimal, and that would be fine. But however, there was a wish to, you know, have more square footage, of course. They want another bedroom. They have a lot of guests coming. They need more office space. They want to run 2 offices in their home. The one client in particular needs a very private office that's quiet. And she wants to be away from everybody else. She works online and counseling, and she needs a quiet space away from the rest of the home. You know, we do feel that it's possible to, had they applied just for the 250 square feet, I'm sure it'd probably end up in front of the board of directors. Am I correct in stating that, Stephanie? But there's I'm fairly confident that we would get that through, a minor addition. As well, if we were to apply for just the, you know, a garage. It's non-habitable space, stating right in your bylaw. I know that you're not allowed to have goods in it. They're not interested in that. They want to have, you know, a place to put their car. I know in BC, like around the valley here, we just tend to fill up our garages with stuff. A lot of people move here from away, like to keep their cars indoors. And they have a handcrafted boat that the gentleman made that he likes to take out into the ocean. And it's this beautiful thing that piece of artwork kind of thing that he wants to keep protected. He wants that in there as well. They're not interested in filling it up with equipment or something. Had we applied just for the garage, the living space above, so the habitable is above the FCL, we would have received that as well, I'm sure. I'm pretty confident that would go through with no problems. I'm proposing that so they can avoid having to apply for development permit and, you know, biological and surveying and, you know, obviously the engineering involved with the, you know, FCLs and all that stuff, doing it twice. Like if they went in and they applied and they're allowed to do this small reasonable addition, right, within the bylaw constraints, they would have, you know, if they did that, they could build that, complete that, you know, how long that expense and how long that would take. Time is a big factor here too. And then they would have to do it all again to build a garage. You know, it would be a separate permit, right? Of course, it would be their wish that the structures are joined together, you know, like they don't really want to build, like, you know, we threw on all kinds of options. Like we're going to build like maybe a carriage house on there, you know, something like that. It doesn't really suit their needs. They want one home, like they don't require 2 homes. The property is extremely tight. On the front, we've got a setback that we can get through our engineering of, you know, 15 meters from the ocean. On the south side, we've got a ditch we did actually have the biologist go out there from Kerr Environmental, and he did catch live fish in it, but it is still considered a ditch. It doesn't fit the requirements of a stream. It doesn't flood an area that big. That same ditch circles around to the front of the home. So they've got a bit more of a setback there. So that's a 5-meter setback on both sides, you know, for side and front. They've got an existing home right smack in the prime building area of the home, like I said, of the lot, like I said, got the ocean pushing them back. And then now we've got a septic field right dead center of the lot right now that if an addition was done, that would have to be put somewhere or be built, like it would have to go somewhere else. The only real spot that we were managed to get that would please the biologist, you know, as far as the stream or not the stream, but the ditch with fish in it periodically. And that we could actually do it. That's not all bedrock. There's a lot of shale and hard rock on this site. They are up the bank, and to make it work, it would have to probably be on the remaining side of the property. We have a space set aside for that on the south side of the property. So this seemed like a reasonable thing to combine the 2 permits into one. You know, the first permit with the addition of 25% of habitable area in the FCL. There's only one thing in that bylaw primarily that says that, you know, it's, I'm losing track of this whole thing. It's not, it's to be a minor addition. So as soon as we do a major addition like we're doing, it kind of strikes that one down. So this has to be contemplated by yourselves. I think that there is another constraint on that as well. Is that right, Stephanie? Like is the fact that in the event of a flood, the property would be completely inundated. That's what puts it in front of the directors as well. Is that true? Okay, so it's the setback. Okay, yeah. Okay, anyway, as time's going on, you know, I do remember the days when we had to be like a meter above the high water mark in the valley. And then, you know, and I understand that this is to protect our community. And then we got into the kind of different ways of studying what the flood event's going to be, right? Like we get into combined method versus probabilistic. Combined method was being used for some years, I believe. And, you know, that on this property, that would put us at about the 5.3 meter mark, right? Which is more or less what the property in fact is. That's kind of, you know, so it's kind of okay. With the probabilistic method, it's jumping it up to 7.4 meters, which is essentially saying that there's going to be waves washing right over this property. They're, you know, 7 feet high or whatever, right? If you look at that, what that's saying, and it is a much more obviously conservative number, but it's an event, like it increases entirely or vastly anyway by wave effect. It's wave effect that's kind of pushing this height way up. I guess like if you look at, you know, it even says in the report, it's a 0.5% probability of this coming to be, you know, in the next by 2100 or whatever. It's recognized that it could happen. The likelihood of it happening is very small. That all these things kind of line up together at the same time. You know, the storm surge, the waves, you know, straight in there. There was in the very beginning of this, we did discuss maybe getting an engineer, a different type of engineer, or an engineer with different training. Actually, I think Jim Mitchell is capable of it, but he's extremely busy. But you would study wave cancellation effect coming in. What they're saying is there's going to be a wave board coming right in from Vancouver, right through this narrowest of areas between, you know, Chrome Island and Deep Bay, and hitting directly at the property. Jim and I both, this other engineer fellow that I know quite well, we both sail in that area, and there is wave cancellation effect that happens. You know, there's deflecting waves off other shorelines that they're hitting the waves as they come in, and it does diminish the height of this happening. Now, that was never studied. It would be arduous and expensive to do a study like that. So I guess I really shouldn't speak to it, but I am kind of throwing it out there. You know, the other thing that we were kind of discussing was like how, you know, can we build an addition that is kind of wave proof? You know, we discussed maybe building a, you know, what would be required of us is simply to have maybe a wooden framed garage that has habitable floor space up high. Okay, but is that really gonna, you know, handle this kind of ocean activity? If in fact it does happen, we kind of came to the conclusion that why not build it out of ICF? And then follow the minimum recommendations that we will do our best to, you know, exceed that is to bag gravel underneath it and create such a foundation and structure that these waves would completely not damage it. Like it would never, you know, it would still stand structurally. Much as like, you know, if you're down in hurricane areas or whatever, and you've got little islands like Cozumel and the Harries that go to Mexico lots, you know, the ocean washes right over. The structures are still there. They go in, they shop back them out. You know, they got to buy a new couch or whatever, but they're fine. Part of the key thing of this now is that there is obviously a concern about, you know, loss of life. Because the flooding is going to be from wave effect. This would be a storm effect. This is something that would build up over time. And then it's very highly predictable. It's not instantaneous. You can see the storm effect happening. You can predict the tides. The community will know when this kind of event is coming. You know, this whole area is kind of affected, that whole south end of Ships Point. There is lots of time for them to, you know, get in their car and simply drive away. And with, you know, it's not lightly that they are going to be, you know, fatalities due to a flood event coming through there of this magnitude. You know, nobody's ever really speaks to seismic events, and that's something that doesn't really, you know, we don't address that, I guess, because, you know, who can predict when it's going to happen? You know, it's been a long time since we had a subduction event in the area, but of any major significance. But I mean, these things are historically, you know, they happen. We're aware of them. We've seen how long it's been since one's happened. I'm proposing that this structure would stand through it. I mean, if there was an instantaneous event that happened of that sort, and there was, you know, they would be safe on the second story of this, you know, structure. The bottom floor is all ICF and concrete, rebar completely. And we're actually hoping to, anyway, being of what the yard is there. We haven't excavated as yet, but to be able to pin right into bedrock, like pin the structure down as well. So I can go back into this a little more. I don't know if I'm getting a bit too lengthy for you, but we can keep rolling along. So we got the combination of two things that we're trying to do together at once. But anyway, we'll just go back to the first page here. Like, however, in section 403 of the CVRD bylaw 600, site-specific exemptions may be attained where the property owner has provided a report prepared by professional engineering in accordance with the provincial flood hazard area land use management guidelines and the engineers and geoscientists of BC's professional practice guidelines. Legislated flood assessments in a changing climate as amended from time to time that provides a description of the proposed development and specifies conditions that would enable the land to be safely used for the use intended. And the professional engineers provided a complete flood hazard and risk assurance statement. Well, the report certifies that the land may be safely developed if the development is constructed with the understanding, awareness, limitations, and in accordance with the conditions specified, namely relating to the foundation and structure. The firm considers the proposed development to be reasonable as it does not increase the flood hazard nor ambient risk of flooding to the existing home or the neighboring properties. Therefore, the conditions necessary for safe use and client acknowledgement that no disaster financial assistance funding is available are both attained and affirmed. As well, noted in the engineering report on page 16 and section 14, the report absolves Base Geotechnical Incorporated and CVRD of their agents of any liability should flooding occur. You know, basically stating it's not, it is the client taking the responsibility of, you know, the flooding if it were to happen on their property. So the background of this property is the zoning is R1, existing structures prefabricated kit cabin and acorn style. Clients are looking for a home to retire in. I think I already covered the bidding competitions, et cetera. They're really super relevant. But anyway, now that they know the difficulties, the client requires more living space for a home office for counseling services that is quiet and away from the activity of the home. This is part of the design constraints that, you know, we don't really want to put the kitchen upstairs above the garage, right next to either it's an office that she works online and she needs quiet, and or, you know, right next to her master bedroom. They want to be away from the action of the house. The cabin is typically used by friends and stuff coming to visit and family, and that is kind of their TV room area as well, and that sort of thing. The existing structure is centrally located on the property. It limits further build opportunities if preserving it. Now, the client has, like I said before, strongly wanted to keep this cabin. They're dear to it. They love it. They don't see why that they should be required to tear it down just to build a new home. A pre-engineered kit cabin, which is costly and difficult and or to join onto because it requires re-engineering of the entire structure. So at one point I looked into, like, you know, maybe we can do some second story additions onto this thing. It was so arduous in nature, especially with the south of Courtney seismic issues that would go into that structure. It would have to be torn down. There'd be no way they could do a decent second floor space up above the FCL in the structure. The site has various constraints to building on the property. Of course, I already talked about the waterfront setbacks, the riparian setbacks, the septic field where it's going to be placed, which is over on the side where it's only a 4.5 meter setback. Site-specific engineering reports determine the flood, construction zone at 7.4 meters. So the argument I'm kind of displaying again here is, as discussed in the engineering report on section 12 on pages 14, the flood construction level can be determined by two methods, combined and probabilistic. Combined method, which was used to determine the previous 5.3 meter number, is close to what the land is at in height. The probabilistic method, which is less conservative way of determining flood construction height at 7.4 meters and is vastly influenced by the wave effect. The engineering report on page 14, section 12 states, based on a review of the estimated design flood, it is conceivable that ocean flooding with the combined wave effect will inundate the entire subject property and beyond. However, it should be noted that a significant portion of the flood risk is the wave effect only, which is transient in nature. Water comes and goes with each wave. And unlike a hazard such as an earthquake event, which happens instantaneously, a flood event builds over time with several hours or days of warning. This means that because wave height is the real risk, if that level was reached, it would come with due warning for the owners to evacuate, and the entire property and beyond would be implicated. The new build proposed could withstand this event, as it would be constructed with materials built to do that. While the existing cabin may receive extensive damage. Further, in using the probabilistic method, it came out to be 0.5% probability, so it recognizes that this is highly unlikely, not impossible. Conditions for build. The new construction be made of ICF concrete, and at the minimum, we would be bagging gravel as outlined in the geotechnical report to protect the footings of the building from erosion and washing away. The non-habitable garage space and lower floor would be structurally unharmed by flooding, and there will not be any electrical systems below the flood height, nor mechanicals, only low voltage. It would be used simply as a place to park the car and handmade boat inside. Conclusion, after studying various design approaches to the property, taking into consideration the existing cabin, which is built on the optimal central location, engineering costs and difficulties with adding on to the Acorn style cabin to meet current seismic requirements, the additional space required, location and size of the septic field, exemption bylaws, setbacks on all sides, the requirement of the client to have a private and quiet office away from the rest of the home for counseling services, the 7.5 meters of flood height construction, which only has a 0.5% probability, and ecological impact on existing garden, trees, vegetation, fish-bearing ditch if the build is placed differently, as well as on the existing outdoor storage structure. And that the client's property is an example of extreme hardship. We're asking for the bylaw exemption 403 to build the client's home as proposed. So our final consideration and there's just, I don't want to give you guys a hard time over there, but this file has lacked ownership within the planning department, and it has been a long process for the clients. If this proposal is refused, we'll have to restart the process again for the 290 square feet addition, which does meet the general flood exemption under section 401, 1B. However, this would incur additional expenses as we will undergo the process twice. We will apply for a development permit to do the remaining build, surveys, geotechnical reports, septic approval letters, permit costs, and environmental reports. In addition, we would have to complete that build and then apply this entire process again to add on the remaining section of the build. I do believe that this would pass through this process, but the process will be lengthy and costly. That is why we're asking for a section 403 exemption rather than the section 401. And we do think it's kind of a reasonable sort of massaging of the laws. And you should maybe take some more careful consideration of this. I understand that planning is opposed, and I do see their viewpoint, but this, in this case, I would, I really think that this is a reasonable request of the clients. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any questions of the applicant? Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. That was really thorough review of
Sorry,
the pros.
too lengthy for you?
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's good to have information. Yeah, I at first brush, I really like the intent, of the owners to preserve the cabin, and I think that the design that was put around it makes a lot of sense for all the reasons you listed, in terms of livability and the thought behind it. I do have questions around some of the suggested alternatives. I mean, and first of all, maybe I want to clarify the 7.4 meters. It's literally across the road, that line, right? I think it's quite like the entire property, and then even the 6.8 is across the road. Like that little pocket of homes is all.
That's correct. We'll be completely
Quite
inundated
below,
in the
yeah.
event of this occurs.
And so what we've started to do, following our 2021 report there is, on the coastal floodplain is warn, but also advise. And, when you talk about alternatives, you know, again, in Saratoga, other places, we're starting to see people build on stilts and stuff like that, right? Just to prepare for that kind of risk. I do have a question. Was there, so you mentioned a lot of the constraints, but on the, down the driveway on the, and I forget the elevation. I've walked a couple times around that neighborhood, but there's no opportunity to locate kind of between the existing like setback further up the driveway or anything like that? Or is there any slope or it's all kind of level?
It's all kind of level,
It's all
actually.
kind of
It's
level.
all sitting around the 5 point, you know.
Right, so that's
1 inch.
moot.
Yeah, yeah. And the property in this event would be completely inundated anyway, so I think that's
Gotcha.
yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't necessarily buy the extreme hardship because it's got that word extreme in there. And I think, you
it's
know, there
more-
is an existing dwelling and that is a buildable site and, you know, using. So I had a question to staff, like there was talk about, you know, what we've seen elsewhere, what people do is really all that habitable spaces on the second floor. So can you expound a little bit? Like there was, I think it was somewhere in the staff report where that suggestion was made. The staff want to provide comments on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Through the CAO to the chair and directors. Yeah, that was a comment that was made in the staff report. The second floor of both the existing and proposed does meet the flood construction level. The bottom floor does not. It is underneath.
Right.
So it's the kitchen area. That's the habitable floor area on the first floor that does not meet. So the suggestion when we first met in the pre-application stage was to put all habitable floor area on the second floor, including the kitchen, to be above the flood construction level.
Thanks for that. And that's consistent with the kind of advice we've started to give the last 2 or 3 years, to really reduce that risk, not only to loss of life, but to property damage and insurance. We're starting to see changes in the insurance game as well. And it's only getting worse for people who are in those flood zones. So sadly, I'm kind of leaning on taking the view of staff. I could be open to a third report, which you know, a third party report, but it's kind of, it's a trend that's hard to do, even though one thing you may not have caught is there's a discussion that I've brought in a few times right now when we write off liability to the regional district. I'm actually questioning whether that's gonna stand in time in 30 or 40 years when people have those floods, because we're washing our hands, but we also know that there's that risk as a local government. And I don't know if that will stand time. I'm sure there'll be lawsuits and the rest of that in time. Even though we waive liability, there's also a duty to know, in my opinion, and to plan accordingly, right? So if we grant exemptions everywhere around this, are we doing the right thing? So yeah, I'm leaning on being the bad guy, sadly, but there's 2 other directors, so I'll pass the mic for now.
Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair to the staff. A question that I have was in regards to if the proponent was to put the habitable space on the second floor rather than the first floor, would they still be required to get the section 2019 restrictive covenant?
To the CAO, to the chair and directors, yes, that's correct. That they would be required to have the covenant registered because they would need an exemption from the floodplain setback. So even though they wouldn't require the flood construction level exemption, yeah, they would need the setback exemption. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, you take a look at the surrounding neighborhood and where the houses are there. And obviously, you know, they're built at a totally different time with different regulations. So I think there must be some kind of, again, happy middle ground here we can come up with to make it happen. So you've got insulated concrete forms for the addition, right? Is that just for the first floor then?
Yes,
Big
that
forms
that
going
would
up
be for
8
the
feet?
bottom. Yeah, sorry, that would be for the entire bottom story.
Yeah,
It would be all, yeah, poured concrete.
so that's basically bulletproof.
Yeah, it is. And then, you know, I know that I mentioned it, but I'm not sure if you're catching it, but is it not in the bylaw, we are allowed to add on to it a property below the FCL, below that flood height, an addition up to 25% of the square footage of the existing home, correct? Now, in this case, I think there was some kind of little hitch for that, but
Over to staff?
Through the CAO to the chair and directors. Yes, there is an exemption from meeting flood construction level for minor additions to a maximum of 25% of existing habitable floor area or to a maximum of 50 square meters, whichever is lesser. So this proposal does not meet that exemption.
okay, so now you understand that the actual kitchen that they are adding below flood height does meet that. And that could be done on a completely separate permit. And then they could come in later and do another permit, go through that arduous process all over again and build their garage and living area above. Like it actually, what we're trying, our intent here, like you said, is to actually sort of follow the law, right? Like we are building, you know, a better than required structure to withstand flooding. We're putting all the living area above that structure. And then we're only asking that we follow within the guidelines of this bylaw exemption to have only you know, to have that 290 square feet below the flood level, which is allowable had we not been building the garage with the area above it. So all we're doing is asking that we marry these two things together, you know, into one cleaner, more simple and cost-efficient process for everybody.
Understood. Director Arbor, another question?
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to hear staff's comments on that, on the two-step building permit process and whether if they did the existing kitchen, like is that an avenue that's actually available that would result in the same outcome? Because I know we're down in the details here, but I wouldn't want to turn down something when it's going to get there anyways.
Through the CAO to the chair and directors. Yes, as per the bylaw, that's correct. We need to follow what the bylaw says, and the bylaw provides that under 25% or 50 square meter exemption. So if the applicant were to go through two separate processes, they would require a floodplain exemption still for the setback for both processes. But in theory, they could meet that exemption for flood construction level. Yes.
Great. So we have a loophole. It's basically, you know, in a way, not a loophole, like in the purest way of but it's funny when two different pathways with the same built outcome, you know, one is kind of a harder one and the other one is easier. So, okay, now I struggle with this one.
Well, I do, if I'm allowed to speak here just briefly, like I do just want you to recognize that, you know, this is, it's not only, it's, yes, it is something, it's not a loophole. It is actually just sort of restricting the amount of area of a home that could be under risk of flood in the future, you know?
Yeah.
And we are following that guideline, you know, and really it's, you know, it's reasonable that we not put clients through a double process, that we not put through staff through a double process. You know, like are we just trying to create work for all the engineers and because, you know, I don't know, maybe I can get a deal out of them. They'll just stamp the same documents again because it's all the exact same work over again. But it's still, I'm not sure that we're allowed to do these things concurrently. I think they have to be consecutive one after the other. And we would have to complete the first minor addition right to like roof on, et cetera. You know, there might be a tweak in design or something so that we're not going backwards instead and doing it in the next process. But I'm pretty confident this would just roll right through. And it's not, you know, this is why I took this far, because I do believe that this is the reasonable route to go in this case.
So Don, what can we do?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through the CEO to the director. So the bylaw does state about the 25% rule. But also, you know, the 25% rule gives their opportunity for an applicant to do the minor addition. But it does not meet their intent of the guidelines. You know, when somebody wants to continue using the 25% rule, that just defeats the purpose of the intent of that guidelines. Now, in regards to the design and the concrete foundation, you know, the engineer didn't provide that type of design information in the staff report, in the geotech report. It provides us with, you know, a recommendation on how to ensure that it's safe for intended use if the board decides to move forward, i.e. Stabilizing the riprap. Right, so, you know, just go back to the 25% rule, you know, the intent of the guidelines is not to allow the applicants to come back every year or every couple of months to keep adding that 25% addition to that property.
Actually, I'm not sure. I think he does address the fact that like he's talking about the site preparation and stuff that, you know, I guess he doesn't state exactly that it wouldn't wash away, but that is the intent of what he's stating, that he would bag the gravels underneath it, and so that it would essentially make it stable. And in my conversations with him, he'd be happy to probably speak to that if it was needed with planning, or where I know it doesn't really help our decision today.
Okay.
But he was talking with me about, you know, we could probably pin into and you know, make this much stronger. But I do believe that is spoken to somewhat in the recommendations in 13 and the revision 5 of the geohazard assessment. So I'll just quickly scan down there maybe.
And back to Director Harbour.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks to Tom for that additional comment around intent. Because otherwise, yeah, we could grow those at 25%, as you said, coming back every year. Yeah, challenging site. I am leaning on turning it down, so we'll see what the other directors, but I could be open to the third-party review as well. I think it's not a bad suggestion from another engineer, just who wants to double check it. But on the big picture, we've talked numerous times that we need to stop encouraging the building in the floodplain right along the seashore. And that's impacting many properties and makes for very difficult conversations, especially when people are heavily invested in it. Pass it to my two directors for their thoughts on how to proceed.
Well, first of all, I will dismiss the applicant from the table when we discuss this further in light of proper protocol. Well, you know, it's one thing to be building from scratch. I think the other thing you have to consider is you've already got something existing. And when you look at the, for me, I think a 219 does give us the degree of comfort that we need to allow this sort of thing going forward. I think, I say, in looking at the form and character of the surrounding areas, it's not unique. They didn't have insulated concrete forms back in the day. So, I mean, those things are, you can build a bunker with it. So 290 square feet. Yeah, I'd be more inclined to cut us some slack, personally. Director Hardy, there you go.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So if I'm understanding correctly, if the proponent was put the habitable space on the second floor, there wouldn't be an issue from staff other than you'd still have to get the section 219 restrictive covenant put in place, if I'm understanding correctly. So whether the habitable space is on the first or second floor, there's still the requirement for the section 219. So I'm still a little confused as to what's the argument with regards to having the habitable space on the first or second floor, either for the proponent or for the staff. With regards to if there's a covenant in place. Thanks. Like to me, I'm leaning towards option number 2, based upon the fact that whether the habitable space is on the second floor or not, the proponent's still going to have to adhere to section 219. So why would we oppose it then? Thanks.
Thank you. CEO, chime in?
From the staff recommendation, the recommendation to deny the application is because of that habitable space on the first floor. If the proposal had been to include the habitable space on the second floor, then there may be a different recommendation coming from staff. But certainly I think that recommendation to deny the application is because of the nature of how the construction is proposed. Ton, did you want to add to that?
Yeah. Through the chair to Director Hardy, you know, the option for the applicant is to, you know, redesign that addition to meet the FCL, right? But also the other option is to move that habitable space to the second floor to meet that FCL component.
We're on receipt. Call the question on receipt. Anybody opposed? Seeing none. Anybody want to move one of the options? Director Hardy?
I'll move option 2.
Okay. I'll second it. Option 2 up for discussion. Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. I'll vote against option 2. I think every application is different, of course, so there's no precedent setting or anything like that. But I think we want to encourage people to build habitable space outside of the floodplain zone. And as staff indicated, there is an opportunity for some redesign that would meet that bar. I was open to third-party review to just double check, but I don't think that's on the table anymore. But yeah, I would vote against the recommendation. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to support it because of the fact that it is an addition to an existing building. Anything built new today, obviously we should adhere to the highest possible standards. But in this case, it makes sense for me to approve it and put the 219 on it so that it indemnifies the RD, but still allows the project to go ahead, because in the big picture of things, it's not, you know, probability, the odds of probability are very, very low. So let's approve this one. But again, I think we need to double down on new construction near water courses, of course. But in this case, it's just a small addition. Okay, so one more from Director Arbor.
If the committee is going to vote in favor, I think we should have staff come back at strategic planning with further information and education for us around the specifics of floodplain zoning, because with some applicants, we went the exact opposite way, right? With the other rationale that the risk to habitation was sufficient to deny application when design can be changed. So I think we're just being slightly inconsistent, but I'm not there to argue that this particular decision. I think we should come back though and have further education for ourselves to better understand all the interplays of building in the floodplain zone and waterfront properties. Thanks.
Okay, so we'll call the question on option number 2, approve the application with the subject conditions that the floodplain report be registered as a section 219, restricted covenant against the land title and of the subject property, with acknowledgement that no disaster financial funding be available for a building or its contents, and release the indemnity of the Comox Valley Region additional liability in event of damage caused by flooding or erosion. So it's first and seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed, duly noted. And we move on at this blistering pace to discharge a covenant for 62 Powerhouse Road. Move a second on receipt and over to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jody McLean, Senior Plan, will be introducing this staff report. Jody.
Thank you. Through the CEO to the chair and the directors. So for this subject property, it's on the corner of Mellifera Place and Powerhouse Road. So that subdivision that created the Mellifera Place development back in 1981, in the front, resulted in the front portion of Mellifera, but where the subject property is located, only having a 12-meter wide road right away, while the rest, after it turns the corner, has the full 20-meter width. And when this subject property was created in the 1990s through a series of subdivisions, it did not involve any further road dedication. And instead, they put on a no-build covenant along a strip of land beside Mellifera Place. And that land remains privately owned, but the owner, it just means the owner cannot place a building in that strip. The covenant in question is in favor of the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, but also named the Comox Strathcona Regional District as a party. The new owner is seeking to discharge the covenant for the purposes of constructing a secondary dwelling in that area. The ministry has stated they have no concerns with discharging the discharging the covenant. And the regional district's interests are covered by the Country Residential 1 zone's 7.5 meter required front yard setback. So, Mr. Chair, staff is has no concerns with agreeing with the Ministry of Transportation to discharge the covenant, but it needs board authorization to take such an action in this case. The applicant in question is Dean DeGraff, and he is in the gallery, and he can speak further to what is proposed here. Thank you.
If you wish to get up, get the hot seat behind the podium there and press the little magic button and I'll turn on your mic. There you go. Welcome.
Well, thank you. As Jody said, that's kind of exactly what I'm here for. So I put an application with CVRD to construct a carriage house, and a title search kind of showed this pop up, this little strip of covenant. So I've just been in the process of seeing what can be done with it. So that's kind of why we're here today, I guess. I guess I'm not as prepared as the other fellow was, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, the covenant in question is, I think it's about 14-meter strip off Mellifera Place. So I don't really know what it was. I think, well, talking with the ministry, they've kind of approved for the removal of it, stating that it was there, like Jody said, for a potential extension of the road, and they said that is not going to happen. So
the valley is filled with roads that will never be, all over the place. So any questions while the applicant's in the hot seat? Director Arbor.
No, I'm good. And I'll be prepared to move the motion, the staff recommendation.
I'll excuse you from the table and we'll proceed with a vote on receipt. Anyone opposed to receipt? No, so that carries and the recommendation attached. Moving second on the recommendation. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, Call the question on the recommendation. All those opposed? That carries. And on to short-term rental accommodation legislation. I'll follow you people out in the TV land there. This is what you've been waiting for. And over to the CAO for receipt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alana Malali, our General Manager of Planning and Development Services, will be introducing this staff report and will support the recommendations coming from it. So, Alana.
Over to Alana. Thanks.
Thanks, James. Thank you, Chair, to the directors. This report is follows up a report that we brought you last fall, talking about the introduction of the Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act that came into force last October. The regulations or the implementing regulations for that act are now also in force, and we have a couple of key pieces that we want to talk to you about and how they may or may not affect us in the rural areas. So key changes. This act includes a principal residence requirement for some communities, meaning that short-term rental hosts must reside on the property where the short-term rental is being offered. And that short-term rental can be run from either the host's principal dwelling or, principal dwelling plus a secondary suite or another type of accessory building on the property. This principal residence requirement does not apply in our electoral areas, nor on Mount Washington. It does apply in our member municipalities. The legislation includes provision for those exempt communities like us to opt into the principal residence requirement, and that can be done in any year prior to March 31st of any given year. Local governments retain the ability to be more restrictive than this act. Essentially, the act establishes a floor for communities. Hosts that are affected by the principal residence requirement must comply by May 1st of 2024. And where business licensing is in place, they must obtain that necessary license. Platform hosts, so the online platforms are required to remove non-compliant listings at that same time. A provincial registry is also a requirement. This is being introduced in late 2024, early 2025. And this is where hosts or platforms will need to register their offerings. And they'll need to include information like business license information or any site-specific approvals that the local government has granted. Basically, the terms for their operation. The Act creates a role for the province to assist in those communities that have seen a diversion of residential units to the tourist accommodation market, where this might not be the intent of the community, for example, as expressed in their official community plan or their zoning. Another key change is the introduction of business regulation authority. So this act enables regional districts to now undertake business regulation. Previously, this has been limited to municipal jurisdiction. Service establishment is required for regional districts who would like to do this. And just like any service establishment bylaw, the bylaw has to establish what the purpose is, who the participants are going to be, who will be the beneficiaries, maximum cost, and how those costs will be recovered. And then there is the elector assent process. And then licensing is a tool. We often hear that, business licensing. That is a tool that many communities have opted to use in order to regulate business. So business licensing is something that would could flow from service establishment. So next steps for us in the rural areas, as we reported to you last fall, we allow short-term rental accommodations in the form of a bed and breakfast. And a bed and breakfast in our zoning bylaw is defined, and I'm just highlights here, I'm not quoting, but it's defined as conducting an offering for short-term accommodation under 30 days, consecutive days, within a principal dwelling. So the idea here is that the principal use of the property remains residential, and a bed and breakfast is something that a resident, doesn't have to be the owner, could be a tenant, is operating within the main house, within the main building on the property. So that's our program or our scheme right now. Folks who are doing that, presumably, and are listed, say, for example, on one of the online platforms, they would be able to continue doing that under this new provincial legislation. We would suggest that by May 1st, in order to demonstrate that compliance, they would just demonstrate how they comply with the zoning and then meet any other requirements that the province sets. So folks in our region, and the report talks a little bit about some numbers that have come out through our housing needs report. We've got a lot of folks, as we know, who are operating short-term rental accommodations that likely fall outside of the parameters of the bed and breakfast format. And these folks have a pathway to comply with the provincial requirements, and that pathway is to make a site-specific application. So this is something that we've been very public about since the legislation was introduced in October. There's information on our website. We've been fielding a lot of phone calls. Staff have had a lot of pre-consultation meetings with various operators. And to date, we've received one application for temporary use permit, and that will come to you likely next month for consideration. Those other folks will have to decide how they'll comply with the provincial requirements, or if they will comply with the provincial requirements. What we suggest to you in terms of next steps would be that we maintain our status quo for now, that we don't seek to opt into the principal residence requirement this year, that we monitor the impact of this legislation and the provincial enforcement in our electoral areas, and we also track the bylaw compliance activity that we have going on. We suggest to you that we complete the housing needs report work, as well as some of the other housing work that you've identified through your strategic planning processes, so that we can understand the impact of short-term rentals, both on housing availability and affordability for those folks who might be using them as a means to afford their premises. We also suggest to you that we take this time to complete the tourism strategy. As you know, this is a body of work that's out for consultation right now, and that may or may not contain some useful information for us to understand the role that short-term rentals are playing in both our housing market as well as in our tourist accommodation landscape, and the economic contributions of these operators. For example, do they have employees? Through the OCP work that we will be conducting in 2025, we suggest that we include space for consultation on short-term rentals. We last looked at this in 2019 when we did the comprehensive zoning bylaw review, but things have changed, as we know. We would suggest that within that space, we would also be looking at home occupations and business licensing as a tool in the rural areas. We really want to understand our community's interests from across the spectrum, as well as obtain any data that the province collects and shares with us in these next several months. So on that basis, our recommendation to you is threefold. One, as I said, don't apply to opt in this year. Monitor the impact of the legislation and report back to you with a scope for an official community plan review that would be conducted in 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sure, there's lots of questions. Director Harbour.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, generally, I think that's good. I think there's still quite a decent amount of non-bylaw compliant rentals out there. The bed and breakfast regulation, it requires the owner to be present in the same residence. Is that correct? Sorry.
Through the chair to the directors, the bed and breakfast requires a residential use. So it could be a tenant, it could be owner occupied.
Right, but somebody
has to live there.
Yeah, and live there, and then you're renting a room or a part of the dwelling.
Exactly, and you're renting it as a home occupation.
Yeah, and bed and breakfast really predate the what is the more prevalent short-term rental today, which is entire dwelling rented out to people. I think people like their privacy. I'm not saying that. In fact, we have some of the most successful B&Bs in the area. It's one of ours, I think, some of them, but the trend of the last 10 years has really been towards the other STVR, which is the full rental, and that one is not currently allowed. So I think this resolution I like, because I think we will have to look at it at some point. I know in the communities I represent, there's quite a few non-compliant listings that follow the more modern approach. But in item 8, we'll talk about this situation on Hornby Island, and I think we can learn as a committee quite a bit from that example and our potential involvement. For the rest of the areas, it's been complaint driven in terms of enforcement. And it hasn't been the super hot button issue as in other communities, but I think at some point we should sort it out. So I think that this is a good course. Let's learn more. Let's not opt in right now with the principal residents. We'll be looking at business licensing. So everything that Anna says, I agree with. So I support all components of the recommendation.
Is that the smell of gray hair burning? Any questions, comments? Okay, so insofar, this is a great way of wait and see. I think it's a good policy, but so right now, as we know, Mount Washington, I mean, everybody rents out their places up there. So, and much like probably Hornby Island and such, you know, but it's so prevalent that it may require some special exemptions in the future, right? Because it's not like you know, Joe Schmidlap down on 13th Street, you know, this is prime area. So what are your thoughts on that?
Through the chair to the directors, we couldn't agree more. We think Mount Washington is unique. The local area plan for Mount Washington provides for this kind of use. And so we'll be bringing forward a recommendation to initiate a zoning amendment to enable the short-term rentals on Mount Washington in certain zones.
So obviously I've been getting emails on this one. So right now, nothing's really going to change, correct? We got to wait and see grace period coming up. So if somebody wants to know whether or not they have to get a temporary use permit in place by May the 1st. But being as we're opting out of the big scheme, it's business as usual for the near future, correct? Pretty much.
Through the chair to the directors, yeah, we are exempt from that. So I would think that any urgency potentially that operators that are operating outside the lines right now have, I think it's because they might be worried that a platform listing is going to remove them because they haven't demonstrated compliance. That would be my guess as to what their concern would be around that May 1st deadline.
And this is also a way for the province to capture a great economy too, that's going on.
Through the chair to the directors, you know, the short-term rentals, they're already, many of the platforms are already paying.
Some of them, I know they were first to join.
Yeah, they are paying taxation in some instances, you know, to reflect that commercial use. Others aren't. I think really where the province is looking to is one, to help those communities that have seen that real diversion from their residential market, where short-term rentals in particular have been identified as a main source of challenge. I think, you know, local governments have been asking for help from the province for a number of years. UBCM has submitted a number of resolutions to the province asking for help to get short-term rentals under control in communities. So this act as a response to that. The province will be collecting data that they won't be making broadly available, but they will, through data sharing agreements, make available to local governments to understand who their operators are, what they're offering. Not who they are, sorry, but what they're offering. And then local governments can assess what the impact is on both their housing and tourist economies.
Thank you very much. And that prompted another question, Director Arbor.
Yeah, thanks. That's good to hear the comment around Mount Washington. And I think I'd encourage like a bit of an open mind when it comes back to us. Because I'd have questioned, for example, in Ian Bay around the tourist commercial area. Like I'm just trying to understand. I think there is a place for short-term rentals in our markets, including the modern short-term rental, and our policy does not address that. But there's also has to be, as we'll see in an item 8, like this has to be consideration as it not running away on you. So later on, I'll talk about what we're hearing on Hornby, that people would like quotas and things like that through business licenses and things like that. So I think there's a lot of good things to explore and for the community to have I think that the wait and see is not like ducking our head in the sand. I think we will have to reckon with this issue at some point. Unless we decided to just keep them banned forever, which is also an option. But I don't think it's an option that reflects the reality out there, and I think we'll need to try to come up with some good policy in the future.
And Director Hardy?
Yeah, just a quick question through the chair to the staff regarding if there's a requirement for bylaw enforcement based upon the recommendation, if we follow up with this particular recommendation, does that put the bylaw enforcement into a difficult situation where they need to interpret things?
Through the chair to the directors, I don't think so. I think that we've been, we're suggesting to you that we continue status quo with the use of the bed and breakfast definition. And so we have received a number of complaints over the years about various short-term rental accommodations. And so I think we're well equipped on the interpretation side. Whether we start to see a volume this summer, of folks who are now registering complaints as this legislation takes hold and it becomes part of the public psyche, that could be a different matter.
Okay, we're on receipt. Any opposed receipt? Seeing none, that carries. Move to second on the recommendation. Any discussion on it? Seeing none, anyone opposed? That carries. Graham Lake, Diamond Island Water Service update. Did I miss one? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. So a motion to receive number 6. Move seconded. Thank you. Over to CAO for introductions.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Adam Mullally again will be presenting this report on the housing legislation.
Thank you very much. Thanks, James, through the chair to the directors. Brian, the author of this report, isn't able to join us today, so I'll take this for him. So my speaking notes, and I'll just flip through this and we'll see what he's got on here to present. But ultimately today, I just again follow up to a report that we brought you last fall regarding the changes to the Local Government Act, the introduction of 3 bills, Bill 44, Bill 46, and Bill 47. We'll walk through them a little bit in brief. You've had a long meeting. So all of these bills are now have received royal assent, and some have implementing regulations. Key changes I'd like to talk about right now. Outside of the agricultural land reserve, we have a minimum of 2 units that are required as of right across the electoral areas. Now, this already exists for us through our as of right zoning, and it has been in place since 2005. Save for a few site exceptions that we have, lots that were created under section 514. And we'll revisit these. We're doing some work on these right now, getting some legal opinions, and we may need to make a change on those. Sorry, 514 are the lots that were created for a relative. Sorry about that. So the Act provides for some exemptions to small scale multi-unit housing requirements. These are the SMOs that you're seeing maybe in the headlines right now. That acronym has been adopted. Brian's reference here about notifying for exempt land. So the electoral areas are exempt from meeting some of the requirements of the Act that call for a minimum of 3 or 4 units on every parcel. You're seeing our member municipalities working through this right now. We in the electoral areas are mostly exempt for a couple of reasons. One, because we don't have public water and sewer servicing. Some because there are hazard areas. Brian here has referenced our coastal flood adaptation strategy findings and the risk assessment that we've done. And then some of our lands are exempt because of the minimum parcel size and zoning. So for example, our settlement expansion areas with their minimum parcel size of 10 acres for subdivision. So for now, we are exempt from those 3 and 4 unit requirements. And you can just remember 2 units required and we're already there. So yay us. One of the other requirements introduced is the housing needs report update. We're in the middle of this work, as you know. We have an interim report drafted. We're just waiting for the province to release its methodology on calculating a 20-year supply, the projection for our 20-year housing supply. But we'll be bringing those reports to you this spring, and then taking them out to the municipal councils this spring as well. Another important change that this legislation introduces is the advent of proactive planning. So this involves a few things, proactive zoning and OCP amendments in our municipalities. And then for us in the rural areas, we need to be incorporating the findings of our housing needs report. There's a date for us to do that by the end of 2025 to complete those OCP amendments. We will also need to be doing some proactive planning for the lands that will be publicly serviced in the near term. So for example, the South Sewer project area, we will be in 2025 and even now starting to think about how do we align infrastructure, finance, and land use planning in those areas that will become subject to the 3 or 4 unit, those small scale multi-unit housing requirements. Another piece that's changing for us and has changed right across the province is the prohibition on public hearings that are related to applications that either implement the legislation directly or those that are consistent. So we have on the books already an update to our procedures and fees bylaw, and so this is a piece that we'll incorporate. Brian's chart here on development financing. Generally, this is the introduction of some new tools. One, new development cost charge eligible categories being fire infrastructure, solid waste and recycling, and police infrastructure. There's no requirement, of course, but these are just additional tools that we can choose to use. We also have had the creation of an amenity cost charge tool. Now, this is a tool that addresses the vacuum that many communities have had in paying for the types of amenities that comprise a complete community, such as community meeting places, recreation facilities, art spaces, etc. And so this tool has been introduced, not unlike a DCC, but it's a bylaw where you can start to levy against new development a charge to provide for the capital costs associated with community amenities. This is something that will come back to you. Staff are just getting our minds around this now. The province is expected to be introducing some additional guidance this spring that will help us all prepare these bylaws and determine whether this is a tool that we would like to be using in our communities. Bill 47, this is the transit-oriented areas bill. At present, this does not apply to us anywhere in the CVRD as we do not have any of the prescribed transit hubs. So this might come to us in future, but for now, none of the municipalities nor the electoral areas have any requirements under this bill. So our to-do list, essentially, what we'll be working on, as I say, we'll be getting some legal opinion on some of the 1 unit zones that we do have, just a handful of properties. We will be updating our fees and procedures bylaw. We will be submitting our list of exemptions to the province. We'll be finalizing our housing needs report and initiating the OCP amendment to incorporate those findings. We'll be working internally to ensure that we're doing our DCC review in consideration of these changes. And we'll be looking at the opportunities to create an amenity cost charge program. And then lastly, we'll continue to work with our member municipalities just to keep in concert with how we're implementing all of these changes across the region. Thank you very much.
So who asked to take on all this extra work anyway? Somebody sitting, living in Oak Bay, gazing across, having their martini. Daniel Arbor, you're next.
Well, I think we asked for it through UBCM and otherwise. I think a lot of these, I call it the housing plan 2.0 for the NDP because the 2018 one was a 30-point plan. And now this, with a new premier, we're seeing a whole suite of new ideas. And some of them are quite interesting and quite consequential. So when you talk about, obviously for my area, the biggest one I have my eye on is the 3 and 4 units. And so for me, like even prior to these announcements, I was talking to staff around whether we could try to density bonus or anything like that so that the sewage project is more financially compelling to residents in Royston and Union Bay. But I will have definitely a lot of questions around this one, and it's too bad the timing will be a little bit after we've closed the liquid waste management plan. But if I think about a place like Royston, which is, so some of my question will be how we're going to assess that within the regional growth strategy. Because, for example, Royston is an annexation area that will now be fully serviced, right? So at what point do we tell people that their property in the future may allow for 3 or 4 houses? And how does that differentiate for Union Bay, which is a settlement node in the RGS? You know, could we also consider that same rule? And so maybe my question for when you come back with a report is what will be the pathway to determining those things? Or so, for example, if a large project happened in Saratoga that provided community sewer and all that, then would the 3 or 4 lots? So there'll be a lot of questions, I think, at the committee around the future. For me, like the sooner we get on this, because we are building the capital plan and for both water and sewage in Royston and Union Bay, like to have that kind of information. If it looks like it's a more likely than not that lots will have 3 or 4, that's something I think that would be worthwhile to communicate to residents sooner than later, because I think it may actually, well, some people will have concerns, but others will see opportunity and further value for pursuing those projects. So we're still moving along with those projects, but I think it's a question of what's the future of these communities from a planning perspective and servicing perspective. And I did not anticipate that until this report today, that it would be an option to have that kind of density in some of these areas. So yeah, I think it's good of the province. But it's giving us a bit of work to do.
Well, yeah, the Chamber of Commerce breakfast a few weeks ago, they were predicting 25% increase in population over the next 6 to 10 years in the Comox Valley. So if you got any kids graduating from high school that want to go to McGill and study jazz, maybe encourage them to take up being an electrician or carpentry, because there's going to be lots of work out there for people with trades, that's for sure. Any other comments from, Alana, you're already on. You can just jump right in.
Thanks very much, through the chair to the directors. Maybe I could just comment on the distinction between Royston and Union Bay and what we see for timing. So the Royston area right now, that's part of the South Sewer project area, is, as you've noted, settlement expansion area, which carries with it that minimum parcel size for subdivision of 4 hectares. So that gives that area a pass on this legislation, the 3 to 4 units, until such time as that zoning changes, which we would anticipate would likely be when the municipality, presumably Courtney, extends its boundaries to take in those lands. That would be our assumption based on the current language of the RGS. So at the TAC level, that's the Technical Advisory Committee for the RGS, we've been meeting regularly on these pieces. And I think for Royston in particular, this will be interesting for the city in thinking about how they're going to provide for their 20-year housing supply. And it may speed up, both for the city and the town, not Cumberland likely, but for the city and the town, it might accelerate their schedule for incorporating those areas in order to be able to proactively zone for that 20-year supply. So I think that's the change that we would see. And we'll just keep in touch with Courtney and understand what the implications will be. So if we anticipate that we'll have sewer service in that area and in Union Bay in 2028, when all goes well, then that might open up that opportunity for the city of Courtney to take in those lands and use that land as part of its 20-year supply plan. for the settlement node. That is exciting work. I think as planners, we always want to do this. We always want to be able to be in a position where we get to look at infrastructure, finance, and land use in the same book and work on it in a really thoughtful way together. So I would suggest we're in a very good position. We've got a couple of years, to do that work. I mean, we have to hurry up and run. The work will take a couple of years for sure, but we do have a bit of breathing space before we see those first connections where that 3 to 4 unit requirement kicks in. So time to do good consultation with you, consultation with Comox First Nation and their aspirations around growth, and then with the broader community in Union Bay.
And further?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Even more further shocking comments today, not in a good way, in an interesting way, where, you just made me realize, because Royston was always contemplated as in the long run, and we saw with Courtney that in the latest OCP update that, they had little intention to move into annexation. So interesting to hear that that may change. It does make me feel like I'm working for Courtney with all the initiatives that we have in Royston. And some of the question I've asked myself the last year is whether some of these projects could have been actually cheaper if they had been done through annexation, right? Those are questions that are likely to remain unanswered, but they're still on my mind that I don't know. Nobody has shown me a sheet of paper that if prior to South Sewer and the Water South conversion, whether it would have been more affordable for residents to join into Courtney right away, if it's going to happen anyways in 20 years. We're a little bit far along those processes, but those remain valid questions. And I think that we'll hear if that expansion / annexation, we'll start to hear from Royston residents on that for sure. So yeah, very interesting day. Thanks.
And the regional growth strategy stipulates 10% growth in the rural areas. So if we get 20,000 more people, that's 2,000 people in the rural areas.
Through the chair to the directors, it will not shock you when I say our regional growth strategy positions us really, really well for this. I almost feel as if our RGS was on the table when some of this legislation was being drafted, because the legislation really does respect the kind of scenario that we have around, phased and orderly, and really focusing on those core settlement areas that are serviced to accommodate the big growth, but giving those owners in rural areas that opportunity from aging in place and affordability to have that second unit, which of course we already provide for. But I think our RGS really does position us very well.
Okay. So back to receipt. Any opposed? And that carries. And a recommendation. Is there a recommendation or just a report? Oh, now we go on to the famous Graham Lake Diamond Island Water Service update, a report for March 6th regarding the island local water service area. Over to staff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Kaylee Limert, our engineering analyst, will be presenting this staff report, and I see Chris LaRose is attending at the table as well, but I think it's over to Kaylee to start. Kaylee.
Thank you. Through the CEO to the chair and directors, thank you for the opportunity to present our update on the Graham Lake water system. Staff and operators have been busy this winter completing additional due diligence relating to the water treatment project and planning for the interim treatment upgrades at the existing treatment plant. And it's a very good thing too, because after many years of excellent service to the Graham Lake water system, the local water operators have resigned from working on the water system effective February 29th. Fortunately, the pump house treatment upgrades that allow for increasing the level of automation and ability to remotely monitor and control the system were completed at the end of February, also coinciding with the installation of the City West fiber to the pump house. Given that the grant deadline extension, we're planning to restart the pilot of the front-running lowest anticipated cost technology, biosand filtration and nanofiltration over the next year. The new pilot is intended to give our operational staff more accustomed to both filtration technologies and to collect some more performance data. And a few other updates on two other pieces of ongoing work. There was an error found in the previously submitted hydrology study that has been corrected. The study shows a much smaller catchment area than was previously shared. But the previous shared study indicated, but fortunately there is no concern regarding the water supply. In December, we accompanied a dam safety officer who completed an audit of the Grand Lake Dam and issued an accompanying letter detailing some additional requirements. We are currently working through those requirements, trying both to minimize both cost and potential risk to public. Thank you for your time. I'm available for any questions.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, thanks. This report, and I think the last update, it's, I guess we're continuing the investigation, but for a while it looked like we were zeroing in, and I'm not talking about prior to a year ago, but now we're still have questions around the ultimate technology. And so what you're saying is staff is working on that, and we'll come back and we'll go, like, when you talk about the community engagement, are we for April or May? Is that, sorry, my screen just went dark, so I've lost the report, but are we thinking of a community kind of session and with the hall, and people can come and ask questions and present a fuller set of reports? Because I'm still getting, obviously, as I'm sure you are, questions around what the assent process will look like for the project. People have definitely noticed that we passed the financial plan for the service. And then, of course, I've received some criticism to say, why do you pass the financial plan when not everything is set in stone around the agreements to the project? So yeah, I think we're due. The last update was well received, so I think we're getting due for another community update. Is the timing, and that would be my recommendation, to do it in person again, but I'm just curious to know what staff has in mind.
Yeah, I think we were through the chair and to the committee. I think we were thinking, just given the delay in not having finalized selection of the treatment process, that we would do another written update and then save the next in person for when the path forward is confirmed, and we can speak to that with finality on the costs and the assent process. That being said, if the committee would like us, would like us to do an in-person meeting, we'll be coming up on a year since our last session. I think it was May or early June last year. So we could certainly accommodate that.
Sorry if I may jump in. I think especially if we have the information ready. I mean, let's not go to the community until we have a plan around what the assent process might look like, the treatment technology. Like, it'd be nice to have a comprehensive presentation to say, here's our best thought around how to proceed, and let's obtain some feedback and some discussions.
Yeah, that's exactly our thought, and I don't think we won't be in that position until potentially early next year.
Oh, earlier, until next year.
Yeah, so
Okay,
maybe what was, I guess, not totally clear in that report is that the piloting process is likely to, well, we'd like it to go through a turn of the seasons. So including the summer and summer low flows and more concentrated color and organics in the water, as well as the winter time, the colder temperatures, just given the nature of the biological component of the process. So with the additional time granted to us by the extension to the grant funding, it does provide us that time, which would, with the implication though, is that we wouldn't be in a position to come back with final recommendations and path forward until early next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that. I was scrambling a bit this weekend to read all the reports through and through. A year from now. Okay. Yeah, I think in that case, still a touch base with the community, whether it's like standing on a podium or making it more like open house, drop in, could be at the farmer's market. I don't care, like, but any type of opportunity for people to see us in person.
Okay.
I'll be happy to be there.
As an interim.
As an interim update,
yeah.
so that we can answer questions and Because if I can't keep fully track of it, that means probably most of the community can't either. The treatment is a bit of a surprise, but I understand the need to. The other thing I spent more time on, even though I missed that one in the report, is I guess we do have some good news on the hydrological report. So that was, is it me? Like I'd love to hear from the specialist, but the way I read that report, it's looking quite good in terms of water quantity and even under climate modeling scenarios. Like am I correct that I read that correctly? It's a very encouraging report.
I would say, I mean, it's similar to what was shared previously in that, most of the months, pretty much any month that you can expect a good amount of rain.
Come a bit closer to you.
Oh, sorry, any month that you can expect a good amount of rain is exceeding 40,000 cubic meters of water. Our annual license is 70,000 cubics. So we'll definitely fill up in the winters months with all the projections that were included in that report. And even then we would have multiple years of water storage in the lake as well above our intake.
So that's the bottom line, right? Even the projections are that there'll be plenty of water falling to fill the lake, and even if there weren't, we could weather several years worth of little to no rain and still have sufficient volume within that lake to meet our demand. So you're right, it is good news.
Yeah, that is. And it is information that'll take some time to percolate through on them. And because, as you know, in the islands, people are very, like, we're not saying we're not going to do water conservation, all those different things. But I think people are really worried about climate impacts and water availability. So I think we'll need a little bit of extra effort to convince people that this report is accurate and that there is some comfort there. So yeah, that can be part of either the update or a year from now, but I took it as good news reading that report. Thanks.
Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks. Just to reiterate Director Harper's comments in regards to communication to the folks over in Denman Island. And I recall going over last year for that community meeting, and there was a commitment from us to ensure communication was going back to the folks over on Denman. So I just want to make sure at the end of the day, we're communicating as effectively and as best as we can with regards to what's going on. I think most folks kind of thought that there was going to be some solutions available this year, but by the sounds of it, there isn't. So I think that it is important that we go over and see them, let them know that we have some different options and are looking at different solutions right now, and that we will continue to communicate with them with regards to what those plans will be in the future. Thanks.
Director Harper.
This is your name just dropped. Your name dropping. When just a thought, but cross departmental collaborations is good too. Like I'm just thinking, I don't know the exact timing of when we're going to do some kind of little ceremony when the Cross Island Trail gets completed and that goes to the grid area. But that could be a good time to have like parks and water, and it could be a picnic table right in the middle of the Graham Lake neighborhood. And everybody can walk their dog and come and see us, that kind of thing. It doesn't have to be the hall. It could be like in the community, especially when we have other good news with the connection of the fiber optic in the parks in that area. So we could have a multi-team kind of approach to that, just a suggestion.
Really like that idea.
Well, when the regional district was split with Strathcona, we were required to do a master water study, a master sewer plan, and the master water study, I remember, was a book about this thick made by Wedler, right? And it was huge, and it had all the different watersheds, all the different water sources in it, and all kinds of extrapolation of where we'd be, at way off in the future at 2025. Well, even a report like that, as well-meaning as it was, it probably isn't that relevant today. So whatever we make as far as assumptions on water, it's our best educated guess, I guess. But the way things are shaping up in the world today, we really can't rely on very much insofar as long-term forecasts go. So I'm not trying to, rain on the parade. We could use some rain. But yeah, I guess that's why we have to keep current on all this stuff, I think. I mean, it's good to see the report. It reminded me a lot of the water supply. We actually had a water supply commission that looked into just that thing for a while, and we dissolved it. But I mean, it's a crapshoot. It could be quite different than what we imagine it will be, but we have to make the decisions based on the best information we have at that point in time, et cetera, et cetera. So just a cautionary tale. So we're on receipt. And it's only receipt. So anybody sorry, Director Ever.
Yeah, thanks. I think because you made that comment, because some people on that, I'm sure will watch the meeting. I would like to clarify my own. Where the good news is for me on the hydrological report is a year ago, I said, not prepared to invest 4 million, is it 4 million in the project? Something like that. $4 million until we know if we'll have water in the next 30 or 50 years, i.e. through the lifetime of the plant. And so that's the bar I'm aiming for. The 100 years or the 150 years scenario, I think you're right, there's a lot more uncertainty, but the closer you are in time, the more certainty you have around some of those projections. A little bit like the weather, if you look like 14 days out versus tomorrow, like we're starting to get some really good modeling around climate projections. So for me, the bar is, are we investing in an asset where we won't have the water? And I think the hydrological report indicates that we've got some very healthy cushion for the lifetime of the asset.
I have here the Demon Green proposal that we got when I was over with Director Arbor last week. And it shows a lot of the things that we've talked about, but we haven't followed through with. They talk about using gray water for reuse in the toilets that save almost half the water. Things like that we've talked about, well, for 15 years that I've been, 16 years I've been here. But, we've never taken it too seriously. But I would say that as time goes by, maybe we have to look into some of these measures that sound like we're living in a rainforest when we're really not anymore. So just a comment that, we can look to our southern neighbors to see where our future lies.
Good comments, Dr. Graham. And in regards to Denman Green, it's obviously a separate area from the Graham Lake, but you're right that they're being very innovative and going in a direction that, it's in a way it's innovative and it's not. Like Australia's got a complete set of policies around rainwater use, and in BC we're really far. And with Denman Green in 2019, I did some very hands-on advocacy with Denman Green, meeting with Allen Health, because Allen Health would not provide, or not just Allen Health, it was the whole province would not provide for rainwater primary. There's all these different issues around trying to change the model from groundwater or municipal-like system. And sure enough, it took a year and a half, but now they have issued some rainwater guidelines for use, which doesn't fit all the boxes, but allows a place like Denman Green to actually put it as a key component of their project to actually capture rainwater and utilize it. Whereas just a handful of years ago, they just would not really let you do it. You could do it kind of on your own. And a lot of people on Hornby do that. But now to actually have a regulation start to form around that is really useful by the province.
Okay, so on receipt, anybody opposed? That carries. And one final one, the Hornby Island Trust Council feasibility study on short-term rental accommodations for receipt. 10 seconds. Over staff.
Thanks, and Alana Mullally is going to join us again to present this the staff report, and we'll be able to support any questions. So Alana.
Thanks very much, James. Through the chair to the directors. This is just a really brief report to introduce a request that we've received from the Hornby Trust Council, as well as an accompanying letter of support from the Hornby Island Community Economic Enhancement Corporation, both requesting the CBRD to work with them to do some feasibility work on business regulations specific to short-term rentals on Hornby. So similar to the report that we were just talking about with the new provincial legislation, Hornby is also facing some questions around this use and how they can regulate in a bit of a different position than we are, insofar as the legislation did not extend the ability to regulate business to the island's trust area. And so the basis of this request is that they will be doing some policy work. We understand that they'll be doing some policy work on short-term rental use, and they're also interested in understanding how business regulation could support them to manage this use on Hornby. Within the report, I talk a little bit about some of the considerations that I suggest that we would have in thinking about working with Hornby on this request, namely that that policy work, in staff's opinion, is really, really important to think about. What is it that Hornby is wanting to do? What is the problem or set of problems that they're wanting to address? And then understanding how a tool like business licensing, may or may not support them in addressing those issues. The report talks a little bit about what is required. So again, service establishment, and then thinking about the who, the what, the how within the terms of that service question. And then the elector assent piece is also applicable. So this report recommends that you allow us to, or enable us to work with Hornby Trust staff to explore some of these issues, to understand some of the interests that they have, and that we discuss this with them. And in the report, we note that we've got our annual meeting with Hornby Trust Council and their staff in June. So this could be an item that is explored through that. But in the meantime, as I say, that we be authorized to work with staff to understand some of the concepts that might be a fit for Hornby, and report back to you regarding the potential of establishing a regulatory service. Thank you.
Director Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I understand the importance of the work. Is this work by the CBRD kind of been budgeted in the 24-25 budget, or 24-29 budget, or 36 budget, or 46 budget, or?
So the work itself, it would fall through, I believe it'd be their planning and land use development service function 500. No, Lana's shaking her head.
Yeah.
Sorry, when we get to a feasibility request, it would be a Hornby feasibility, and there is some funding that's in a reserve fund in the feasibility study fund. Looking at Lucy if she has the actual number, but there's some opportunity there for the board to assign those funds if that's what the board wants to do.
Through the chair, I think the number that we talked about during financial planning was about $17,000 in those reserves, and that could be used for some feasibility work. I think my colleague Jake would suggest that is a real finite amount of dollars that wouldn't go too far.
Robert.
Thanks, Dr. Argy, for asking the question. And I mean, we haven't passed the final budget. So I know we're March 10th, what's today? Something like that, but 11th, 12th, somewhere in there. Is there still time for an amendment? Because I'd be quite happy to bring that forward. I mean, for that kind of feasibility, it's what, maybe, okay, question staff, do we have, if 17,000 is really a tight rope to utilize, is there an amount that would be more conservative? Because if it's, what I'm trying to say is if it's 30, so, and that, by the way, those feasibility funds, that's the feasibility funds specific to Hornby Island, only Hornby Island residents pay into it. But what I'm trying to say is I have no issue adding some dollars to that feasibility fund in this year's budget so that we're not puttering along, and that The rest of my comment, sorry, for you, save your answer, Jake, I said, Jake, but this is one of the most consequential projects that we can do for Hornby, definitely in my elected life. Short-term rentals is one of the most contentious, divisive, difficult issue. There's 170 vacation rentals on Hornby. There's 1,100 lots. So 15% of lots are utilized for vacation rentals. They are permitted, but they're poorly regulated. And so, and I've heard from everyone since we tabled this a couple of months ago, everyone from those who are totally opposed to short-term rentals to those who operate short-term rentals, the trustees, everyone is enthused about us entering the space. But I want to make sure, as Dr. Hardy asked this question, that we're properly resourced as we enter that space.
Over to Jake.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so certainly we'll want to, if Lucy is able to confirm just what we might have available through reserves or otherwise, that would be good to confirm at this point. But I think what Alana's outlined in this report is that we certainly want to take a little bit of time to make sure that we understand the scale and the scope of this study, which will of course influence the size of the budget, and then come back to you and be able to provide that information. The other thing I want to note is certainly I've sensed the urgency from the island around addressing this matter as quickly as possible, but given the study work that we need to undertake and the legislative process then to potentially establish a service, I just want to be clear that it's going to take some time to work through that. And then should the service be established, we'll have to make sure that it's in time to align with BC assessment, flagging of those properties in the next year's requisition. So there's a number of things to work through here. But at this point, I'd be hard pressed to say what number we should have in a budget, but I'm hopeful that this work that we'll undertake kind of in a smaller scale will help us to identify where the real pieces are that we need to dive into.
I think Lucy's chomping at the bit here. Do you want to? Over to Lucy. Oh, there you go.
Just quickly, one thing to add, I didn't put my finger on the exact figure, but you know, in and around that $20,000 mark is there for feasibility studies, as you know. The budget is ready to come back to the CBRD table tomorrow. So moving forward, I certainly would suggest that we, once we gather a few more facts, that we come back to this table and determine how much funding that is needed. If there's a budget adjustment that's needed at that time, we can address it then. Actually amending our recommended budget further at this time. There are some dollars sitting there in reserves as well. So I'm pretty confident that there's pieces of funding there that can be used to get us started.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you. I have done last day budget amendments before, I think just once, so we've done this one. But yeah, I'm glad to know that's not necessarily needed. We do have a base and then we can do an amendment later. And then some messages on my end, some of the things I heard is yeah, some excitement around it, and people realize that that opportunity for regional districts to have business licenses is really helpful, because on Hornby for a number of years, people have talked about trying to institute some kind of quota, which potentially, again, that's potentially, but potentially a business license program could allow the, and then I also want to ask, like, typically for feasibility study, we go out and hire a consultant. But I'm kind of hopeful that staff can make a little bit of room. And if we need to confirm that in June, I think it's going to require the kind of expertise that our planning department has and our knowledge of both our capacity and typically I'm quite happy with just an outside consultant, but I've also seen times where outside consultants miss the mark. And that's one where for myself, for Hornby, we can't miss the mark on this one. It's going to have to be really good work. And I'm sure it will. But having staff involvement and making some room for our staff would comfort me for sure. And lastly, the other question that arises is, you know, are people going to pay for a system like that? And I think I've said when I talked at the Islands Trust a couple of weeks ago, you know, we're going to shoot for a cost recovery model. That will be my preference. I'm sure the feasibility study will examine the different options between a tax base or all that. But for me, it's the more it's aimed, targeted at as cost recovery, i.e. the vacation rental pay into the service rather than all residents, then the more public acceptance there will be for both the system and process. So I'll leave it at that. I don't want to totally shape the feasibility study, but I'm really happy with the staff report. And I know that that staff report has circulated in on Friday and people are very happy with it. So thanks for the good work so far.
Director Hardy?
Yeah, thanks. Not to be controversial, but again, with regards to the feasibility work, is it just the CVRD that's resourcing the feasibility study, or is Islands Trust going to be making a contribution as well? Thanks.
I was going to weigh in just to suggest that this does need to be very much a partnership opportunity between Islands Trust and the CVRD. And with respect to the feasibility funds, that's one thing, that's one element of any kind of a study. But you're right, there is a staff component to this as well. And I see the feasibility studies. It could go towards a consultant. It would also be needed towards any kind of electoral approval process, whether that's referendum or an AAP. And I'm mindful of the existing work plan in front of staff and what is on the primarily planning development services branch's work plan. So I think it is important that we understand, like Jake said, the scope and scale of what it is that Islands Trust is looking at and what is intended. And then that there be a partnership more fully with Islands Trust so that we aren't venturing into this area alone. But from a work planning perspective and existing work plans, I do have that concern. So whether that's a conversation at the Electoral Area Services Committee's strategic planning session in June, I think you made that reference, Director Arbor. I think there is still more to be considered here, and reporting back from this initial outreach and understanding from Islands Trust perspective where they're at is it's going to be really important to be able to scope the feasibility work.
Director Arbor?
Yeah, and that leads to expectations of, for those listening in, we won't have a business licensing process in place this summer. So I just we didn't say that either in the report or here, but I know some people were hoping for something fast, but it's at the rate of local government and we're going to do our best, but it's not going to be this summer. So I just want to be crystal clear on that. Second, on the Island Trust, as a partner and their contribution. So I can confirm that STVR has been their #1 priority for the last, I think, 3 years or something like that. And then they came up with a set of recommendation just last fall. And their set of recommendation was basically negated by all the provincial legislation that came in. But that same set of legislation gave us business licenses to regional district, which this whole rejigging of the pieces happened and the discussion started both with the Island trustees, myself. They had an APC focused on, because their APC works a little bit differently. Their APCs actually do get involved in projects. In that case, I think it was within an OCP review framework and STVR was the focus. So there's a lot to work with. The Island Trust has already invested a lot of dollars and they're not about to give up on the issues. I feel really good that we're not, the only ones pitching at the plate here. There's going to be plenty of resources on the other side, I'm sure.
Okay, we're at receipt. Call a question on receipt. Anyone opposed? And that carries, and maybe move the recommendation. Move the second recommendation. Any further discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none, call a question on that. Anyone opposed? That also carries and leads us to new business, which I believe Deputy Director Harper wanted to bring forward.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was gonna talk about the Fanny Bay OAP requests from earlier, but if Chair agrees and the committee agrees, because it involves the property and a specific property, I was wondering if we could go in camera for that and whether staff considers that would be appropriate.
Jake's giving you a thumbs up. Okay, so we have no new business, no addendum, no media questions. Motion to adjourn to in camera under section 90 of the community charter. Okay, then we will adjourn to in camera. Thank you.